Hello, everyone, and welcome to my stream today. Pretty excited about this one. We're going to have Dominic Gannaway join us in a little bit to talk about TSRX and Ripple and basically everything he's been doing since we last talked to him, which was he was working on Svelte 5. I think they just dropped the RC for runes the last time we talked to Dom. So we're going to get into that actually in a little bit. Dom's in the UK, so he's going to join us in just under an hour. I wanted to start the stream a little bit earlier for two reasons. First of all, because I don't want to push the stream back too far. And secondly, what I want to talk about first, I think is actually going to tie into our main topic today, which is obviously TSRX. So I thought it would be fun to kind of get this thing going. Yeah, come say hi in the chat. Hey, Brandon. Hey, Greg. Fuzzy. He's a lot of familiar faces out there. Hey. All right. Yeah, people are stoked. TSRX. I know that this is the type of thing that some people are going to be really excited about. I'm not going to lie. I wrote it up. I actually don't write up on this. That we might talk about a bit later. But classically, this area is something that I'm intrigued by, but not generally in the past haven't been too bullish on. That might change though. As you guys know, I worked on the Marco team, and I did a lot of very similar consideration when working through compiled stuff. But like for me, especially when I built Solid, I was coming from a very different side. This actually came up on Twitter this week, which is kind of funny. I always viewed Solid as like a low tool kind of thing, like a just JavaScript, kind of like old React. And for some reason, everyone picked up, we got kind of bunched in with Svelte on the compiler train when Solid's 99% runtime, right? Like it's basically a runtime framework. There is a compiler for your templates, but the compiler, well, obviously more complicated than turning a JSX statement into just a function call, although it does do that for components essentially. That's it. You know, Solid was on an experiment to see how far we could take compilation, kind of like Svelte was. Solid was literally like, can we take the most performant, architecturally sound approach to rendering and make it ergonomic? You know, that's more of the thought there that went into creating Solid. So classically, you know, maybe this wasn't so much my concern. Like, okay, ternaries and booleans make JSX ugly and components for control flow are cumbersome. Yeah, I mean, ternaries and booleans like do make things uglier. Control flows for components are unavoidable, right? Because the composition property, which is something that was very interesting. Like in a sense, when I look at the stuff on a scale, Marco is probably the most purist way of looking at languages, in the sense that not only does it have distinct syntax that's analyzable, it's also idempotent, which means if you want to make your own control flow, you can, right? It's complete, like the difference between for in Marco and your for in Marco are the exact same syntax, where that is not true in Svelte. That's not true in TSRX either, right? Like the if is special and you can't make your own if. How do you make your own if? You make a component. With Solid, realizing that we weren't going to analyze the static stuff, I went the at least caching on the other side, which is for and my for are just components. So you can make, if you don't like Solid's for that it shipped with, just make your own. There's nothing compiler about that. It's completely like the wrapped version of the built-in is identical. That's kind of like, it's a certain design property. And a certain inevitability, right? Like if you're going to end up with components anyways, then why not be components, right? At least compared to .map or something, right? On the other hand, if you do have the means to leverage language specific syntax, it does become more interesting, which we'll talk about more today. Yeah. Sweet, I can still grab dinner. Yeah. Having your own sublanguage is sketchy, agreed. Ripple is cool, syntax is refreshing, but TSRX, the next step after JS, not bound to framework, is really exciting. Yes, I think so, but we'll have to like dig more into what that means, and we'll see actually what Dominic thinks about that first too, before we can actually say much about it. All my chats actually go through StreamYard, so I try and do them eagerly. It's just sometimes they're not great at scrolling. Um, will this delay Solid 2.0? No. Okay. But what I actually want to talk about leading into this is a little bit Solid 2.0 related. So actually, let me just throw out my screen for a second here. Let's do this one. Cool. Okay, we're good. I actually published this week, and I think it's actually going to be somewhat related to the topic today because I actually did a really big write up on TSRX, but I was talking about the mechanics. I didn't talk about the AI angle, and I think that's going to actually come up a bunch when we talk more with Dominic. I think the AI angle is actually very interesting, and I want to talk about AI a little bit here for a moment when talking about Solid 2.0 development, because as many of you know from my last stream, it's basically feature complete. I've been focusing on moving the focus onto docs, right, and making sure that like everything is consumable and packages. I had to do some changes, like move around types for JSX so that the universal renderer works better. Just things like that. But the main pieces are all in play. And I asked AI, and I was like, it was Opus. We can talk about, people will talk about which models they prefer. I don't know. As soon as I mentioned this article is written by Opus, people are like, "Oh, did you see GPT 5.5 that came out 2 days ago?" Blah blah blah. And I'm like, not yet. Honestly, I think different. I think the personalities of these agents actually lends into perspective as much as like when people talk about like how good agents are. I think that I've kind of come to the decision that part of it is actually like a personality jiving thing. Like, who do you want to work with? Opus is like definitely a robot. Like maybe not a robot, but maybe that nerdy developer who doesn't have really good social skills. Where GPT definitely has an ego and yeah, a bit more on the sales person type of thing. They both have their uses if you understand what type of person they are. But personally, I generally usually like I go through phases, but usually Opus sits better with me. Maybe that says something about me more than it says something about Opus. That being said, I've been playing with GPT the last couple days, anyways. 5.5. Nothing to really note. It's got all GPT's typical swagger. So I mean, what else is new? Okay, so what this is, what I'm actually getting down to is I we were trying to like do this like thing where I was like, okay, what do we need to make it easier to develop? And I came up with this checklist and different, maybe some more warnings and linting rules and all these things just to make it easier for people to develop in Solid for 2.0. But at a certain point, well, I hadn't got to doing the ESLint stuff yet, but I basically did everything else on this list, and it had a suggestion that we should make a kitchen sink example, some kind of thing that just shows all the best practices, patterns, features of Solid 2.0 in a single example, so people could look at it. And their suggestion was actually probably not that much of a kitchen sink type example you expect. It was they're like, make like a to-do app or something, and I was like, you know what? A to-do app is a reasonable thing. I've used a to-do app on the stream previously, right? So instead, oh, what's going on? I was like, why don't we use all these implemented AI things that we just did to make you smarter to build a to-do app using the skeletons from my to-do MVC or my to-dos with affordance demo that I made before. I've showed this off on the stream before. Of course, I'm not signed in. All right, fine. We're in. This one. The one where it's got like optimistic data patterns and it's got like affordances. So like when you click stuff and do stuff, you can see and has erroring and retrying and all the stuff. Except this demo doesn't have the full to-do MVC. It doesn't have the filters. It doesn't have the page selection. It doesn't have the clear completed. It doesn't have the toggle all, like all the other features. So I was like, here's the rough base. Let's build a better version that's the full to-do MVC example using AI, using the guidance that we just generated ourselves, and use this as a way of testing that our measures actually work. It was an interesting journey to say the least. What we ended up with, and I'm just gonna leave this here now, is I'm gonna see if I can open up cursor here. Yeah, we're in solid here and we got the latest. Inside the solid repo now, oh yeah, this is defunct. We can delete that now. There's 3 examples in the solid 2.0 repo. There's rendering, which is my classic SSR example, but I've extended it to support CSR. I think I showed this last stream. I can't, it's like, do I look at the commits to remember if I showed this last stream? But basically, oh, lovely. This happens with me sometimes with cursor. I don't know if this happens with you sometimes with cursor. I'm just going to close the signals from scratch thing. Sometimes it just dies on me, even when I first open it, if there's already another cursor window open. Let me quit this again. It's like the first one wins in terms of like getting the terminal. It's like whatever window opens first gets the terminal. Like, what are you doing here? Actually, and the way to get out of this, it usually involves closing all the open windows. You see, terminal output gone. Lovely. Let's try this one more time now that everything is closed. Open cursor yet again. Let's open solid. Sure. Now we're back. Okay. Okay, we are back. Sorry about that. No, don't bug me right now. Just hide the agent view for a minute. Anyways, this example that I'm showing here is not too complicated, but what we ended up doing is mostly inside a single file. It made its own structure. Actually, I guess because of the new version, we should just pm install to get all the... I don't even have pm on here. What am I doing? Do I have npm? Okay, weird. Right now, it's clearly the stuff's not up to date, so it's like not. Anyways, I'll show it in a minute, but essentially this example is designed so that like it uses the context API. It, probably doesn't need to. It uses optimistic updates. It uses a custom hook, a bunch of other stuff. But essentially, I went through a bit of a process here, and in the process, it came across what I'd call several findings. And I want to talk about those findings because I found them interesting and illuminating in terms of the nature of how AI approaches writing framework code. Okay, so I'm going to share this document here. Let's, I published this. What the hell? It's like not think I'm connected to the internet. This is so weird because I when you look at my workspace back here, you actually see the little globe, which means this is published. But it's like in here, it's like not published. Okay. Let's go to my profile instead. There we go. Published. Pass. I'll take it to do up with yeah, I mean, we could come up with a better example. This, in a sense, this optimistic to-do app is kind of a simpler version of the Trello demo. HackMD got GitHubbed, probably. Brenly actually made a Hacker News example with Solid Start 2.0 on Solid 2.0, so basically working. So progress. Although the thing is, the Hacker News demo is very simplistic, right? It's like basically a full page. There's not very much interactivity. But yeah, let me just drop this doc, and we'll talk about this for a bit before Dominic joins us here. So yeah, I asked AI how to better make Solid 2.0 usable by AI. So we decided to do these steps. We should also include kitchen sink, blah blah blah. Okay, anyways. So this is Opus's findings report. It did them step by step, and then it ended up writing a summary after we were towards the end. It actually made a summary at the beginning of the document to reframe it a bit from its learnings. But here's the thing. Each entry is a real bug Claude wrote while building example to-dos. The purpose is to identify exactly where current guidance, cheat sheet, JS docs, type system, dev warnings failed to steer me, so we know what to harden. Right? Don't get me wrong, though. The demo itself, I mean, it's funny. This is another one of those, like, it worked for me locally, but not here issues. Type source. Did that mean it didn't actually build? Why didn't it build? Let it solve that while we talk. Okay. Also, for good measure, let's restart the... What, TypeScript's not going to show up here? Thank you, cursor. Okay. The example itself is easy to go through, though. A lot of this is a result of me moving the types. I moved the types from Solid.js to Solid.js Web to free them up for Universal, which is why we're not seeing this work until the types work until the build works. Yes. Okay. Let's see. They're saying an extra JSX file in the folder is actually what caused this, and because it's ignored. Oh, that's probably what it is. That's okay. Whatever. Anyway, what I'm getting to is, I actually, at one point while I'm doing this, I'm like, man, you have React Brain. And they're like, yes, I have React Brain. So let's hear it. Diagnostic frame, React Brain per session. Humans learning Solid have React Brain, the ingrained reflexes that take repeated exposure to unlearn. For humans, the deprogramming amortizes across months, many sessions. I don't think it takes that long. So gentle redirection works. The third time a learner passes the accessor as a prop and the example reads blah, something clicks and stays clicked. AI agents have no accumulation. Every session is a fresh human with React brain in full force. No transfer between conversation, no transfer between models. So no, I learned last time. The entire deprogram has happened in context. On the first read of whatever artifacts are surfaced before the model commits to frame, the relevance judgment that decide which artifacts get read themselves are done in React brain. Yeah, this is important. This asymmetry inverts the artifact budget. For humans, gentle is fine and adversarial reads as preachy. For AI, gentle is invisible and adversarial is the minimum viable signal. At one point, I asked AI if I should just put at the front of it all our docs, React is fundamentally flawed. Like, would that help, just like get you in the right mindset? And it said that it would probably dismiss that because, like saying things that like it can't verify to be true and would not trust the source as much. The framing has to be loud enough to win recognition lottery on every fresh session with no benefit of doubt from prior exposure. The cheat sheet warning, the anti-comparison opener, the explicit solid is not React. By human onboarding standards, these read as borderline confrontational. By AI standards, they may be too soft. It also bounds what docs can do. There's no docs quality threshold above which model React priors will stop syntax diffing on first pass. The mechanical guardrails, lint, pipes, dev warnings work by being in band with the action. The model can't generate the code without hitting them. Docs work only if the model reads them, frames them as relevant, applies them. The first two of those conditions fail per session aren't fixable from inside the repo. This document catalogs the failures following from an asymmetry and intervention that addresses them. Findings 1 to 16 are generation mode. The model writes solid code in the mechanical guardrails catching it. Finding 17 is recognition mode. The model is asked to describe solid in prior frames the question itself. The mechanical guardrails do not reach it. The two classes share one root cause and require different intervention shapes. All right. Let's see how this went. All right. So we're good. Oh yeah. You can actually see it now. All the types are working. Okay. Yeah. So now we're set. They're gone now because I'm rebuilding one more time, but I'll show you the kitchen sink. And it's really just a to-do apps with optimistic updates. It's nothing fancy. But let's start here. The very first thing that it found, which isn't a huge deal, but again, was, and it's more the comments I find interesting. Manual class string builder instead of using class. In Solid 2.0, class list has been folded into class as long, basically all CLX. So instead of writing like the AI generated like this like string concatenator thing, instead of just using class equals to do's completed to do like this thing. That was the first thing I saw. The class prop accept a combined array object, blah, blah, blah. Why I got it wrong. This is more interesting finding. The cheat sheet already shows this exact pattern on line 339. I read the cheat sheet, used the object only form once on the filter links, then reverted to React style manual string joining for a to-do item within the same file with no intervening context that would have flushed the pattern from working memory. So the failure mode isn't guidance missing, it's the pattern isn't memorable enough. A single line buried in a JX section reads as trivia, not as canonical way to do conditional classes. With React class name is a prior dominant in training data and it reasserts itself unless solid patterns repeated and prescriptive. Inconsistent self-application. Even when I do use the right form once, I don't generalize it to nearby JSX. Each component rederives its class strategy from scratch. What would have prevented it? Cheat sheet promote conditional classes to name section. Okay. Optional ES lint rule. I'm not sure you should like force that as a lint rule. JS docs, which I did add, that assert class supports these different types. Resolutions round deferred to lint alongside blah 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 array res. Yeah, we didn't really do much here. I did add the HTML class thing. If I go here and look at the class property, it has quite a description on array build object. Don't build class string dependent concatenation, blah blah blah. Filter join rack class name for the propose. JS doc is kind of incredible. Just a side note, because like just simply how much information, like so much rich documentation just coming from over the highlight. I mean, a little bit. It's a little deeper than that, but I think there is a bit of that. It's about restrictions and constraints. Controlled input patterns where uncontrolled is pneumatic. Honestly, this wasn't much of a bug. I was just really confused. They basically wrote on input and on key down in this example. Most of the time you do use on input for things. It's just specifically to MVC has always been an on key down mechanism because it filters certain things out. It's literally how the if you go on to do MVC.com, you will see it's all on key down. The source I gave it had on key down, and they just added on input with value like these two properties for absolutely no reason, right? This is again the classic gripe, like Ryan Florence, the remix guys go like things that don't need to be state don't need to be state. Do you know what I mean? They just added this on for basically no reason. This is a little bit more forgivable, but this again, it's kind of like this one's hard to guide. Why go wrong? React makes uncontrolled inputs awkward. Default value refs, no clear way to reset. So AI training data is dominated by control value plus on change pairs. I reached for that pattern reflexively, although props to it realizing that it's on input instead of on change in Solid. Just side note, they didn't use on change, they used on input, which is the correct one. So props to that. I reached the pattern reflexively Solid imposes no such tax. The JS runtime doesn't replay or reconcile DOM states or reading on signing back to clear comment. What would have prevented cheat sheet? A small forms input section with explicit guidance to uncontrolled is the default. Controlled signals only need when external reads right, blah, blah, blah. To do MCC stuff, once correct is self-reference implementation, calling the readme. Okay, yeah. Again, we did no more action on that. As I said, to be fair, the app mostly worked at the beginning, so it did kind of one-shot it. A lot of these are stylistic, but some of them are architectural, and I do want to get to it, so that's why I'm kind of cruising through these. Let's see, did our example build now? Okay, npm HS filter to do example, I think it is. What's the name of the example? To dos. Oh, to dos. Example build, did I get it? Yeah. To-dos example start. All right, 302. All right, so yeah, nothing fancy here. It's got loading. We do this, we can add a bunch, and then you see when they use gray for pending, which is a little bit nicer. Stuff updates immediately. Some of these operations should eventually fail because I think there's, did I not commit the errors? Oh yeah, there's some errors. Little nicer styling on trying to redo stuff, but it's basically the same thing, except now it has some bigger affordances. It made an interesting choice, which I don't know what to feel. I'll do this a couple times to see if we can get to it, where it treats each untoggle as a separate retriable action instead of the whole thing. I don't know how I feel about that. Sometimes you end up doing it multiple times. Okay, there we got it. The funniest thing is because of how eager the optimistic updates are, sometimes maybe if you're actually doing stuff quickly, and if the fail rate on a real app would never be this high, but it is actually more jarring than I'd expect because you're like do stuff and then it gets undone on you almost immediately, right? You're like, so I mean, from a affordance standpoint, this probably isn't the right affordance exactly, but the important thing to understand is this has a pseudo backend. Even though these things look like they're happening instantly, there's like a 400 millisecond delay on save and on fetch each. So, and again, all right, whatever. You guys get, oh, and failed again. The failure rate being even at 30% is still pretty high. Okay, you get the idea. Let's continue here. The original store that they wrote for me had a store and then wrapped the store in a getter and then added some signals together. And at the call site, because of this, it would be like T, because the getter would read through, they'd do this. They basically wrote this pattern with like use to-dos and then you would just call different things you needed off T. And I didn't like the look of it. This one's purely stylistic, but I just wanted to kind of highlight it. In Solid, I told it to basically flat object return and use like readable versus action flip. That way you can destructure the actions and keep the state, like you know what properties you can access. So it's not a big deal, but now I changed it so that like basically it would be return like to-dos, and then actions. This is actually part one of a change. We could just return the to-dos directly. But anyways, create signal returns get set, create store returns store setter, solids conventions, tuples, blah, blah, blah. Read write split is invisible. The flat object consumer can't think. Mirroring the primitive teaches the right reflux. What would have prevented it? I'm actually not that worried about this one. They're saying like you put something in the cheat sheet, but just a side note, it would just, the reason you want to avoid these kind of nasty patterns is because then you have to pass this around and you don't know what you can access as a read or what you can access top level. It doesn't make it really clear the separation between like reactive state and methods you call on it. But anyways, not a big deal on this one. Let's keep on going. Mixing signal accessor and store reads in the same state object. Again, it still did this afterwards, and I'm like, why do you have meta and add error, which is actually a signal accessor? It's not this one actually isn't an action. It's actually like it's actually a signal. So they have like a getter dot to dos, and then they show this as an action because there's an add to do action, but add error here is like saying it's an error on add. Like their naming convention was really weird, and I'm just like, what like. And they have store properties with signals together. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? Why didn't you just make this a store, right? I just basically told it like not to bother with this. And then when it tried to refactor it did a bunch of weird stuff. And I was like, okay, what are you doing on this thing? And this is where I started hitting like a more fundamental question. I'm like, structurally, it added a bunch of state variables to manage a bunch of stuff because it was like, okay, well, I got to optimistic, I got to add it here. I have the data, I got to add it here. I've got errors, I got to add it here. And I was like, flip the whole thing on your head. Treat it as if it's derived, right? I modeled the key to sync as 3 reactive sources, data, meta, add error. Each wrote to all right per action. Try catch had to keep them synchronized. Retry logic was hand rolled. Retry, like basically the action part of it started getting crazy because they were like doing a bunch of like state writes and then like undos on catch errors and doing all this stuff. And I was just like, what are you doing? And the funny thing is a lot of people lean towards this thing where they want to like have like all the async stuff like in the event handler in front of themselves. And, then, like, I don't know, like try and like handle the race conditions in front of them like that without seeing the implications throughout the rest of their application. It's crazy to me, but I saw that and I was like, this is horrendous. Fix the architecture I should have reached for: a single create optimistic store whose derived projection functions as a pipeline, where you fetch data from the server, you apply the errors on top, and then the optimistic sits on top of that where it's finally consumed. So the whole mess that you will never see, thankfully, basically got combined into get the to-dos, apply the errors on top of the to-dos, return the to-dos, and then here in the action, set your optimistic update, do your action, keeping the errors in check. This is just the thing that you apply, like just a list of errors, and then refresh the to-dos to restart the getter pipeline. So this is just a matter of like, when you have a success, clear the errors for that item. Otherwise, when you catch it, set an error for that item that will get reapplied through the derived state. And this is a very like Reduxy Elm style pattern, not a very React use state. It's key insight. The projection is a place to compose layers. Errors don't need to be reactive. In general, people overuse reactivity from a state perspective when things don't need to update independently. It depends on how you clear the errors, right? If the errors can only be cleared via server update, then there's no reason to have them separately reactive. It's kind of like the old, like, don't make state, like it's the same problem with the forms. Like we're too programmed to make too many state variables. Pending an error can live on the same to-do, no parallel meta, right? Because we're overlaying, we're projecting. Failed adds materialize as ghost items. Yeah, there was a bug here that this actually fixed. Apply errors, reinserts a missing into the right sort of error thing. At this point, once we fix this, the original one had bugs because they were like trying to do all the synchronization themselves, where this just kept it as a pipeline. Why I got it wrong. This is the single most important AI failure mode in this example, and it has two common reasons. Redux React mental model. Training data is dominated by reducers that imperatively write each kind of state into the same flat slice. The idea of deriving error state through a projection over a side channel is rare in the JS ecosystem, closer to Elm or React patterns than React. I disagree with them grouping Redux here. This is Redux. This is too much React mental model. Redux is like a layering. So I don't know why they threw Redux in here. This is create optimized stores derived form is not framed as a pipeline. The current JS docs is a projection is author value, blah, blah, blah. That's accurate, but it's not tell the reader that's the right place to do multiple things. I actually kind of talked to it a bit more after this to try and explain that this is a general view of UI, that we should generalize our idea of, I talked about this previously on stream, but that like, let's see if I can zoom out here and find the part that I'm interested in here. Yeah, this is the section here. In a sense, you can view all UI as a layering of like the server source of truth, kind of client ephemeral overlay. Like this is persistent for a very long time. This is persistent for the life of the session or like the life of the page. And this is persistent in the moment, like in the action or operation. And essentially, you can view all UI as a derivation of this layering, like being derived from it. This is a very data-centric view of user interfaces, but it fits Solid's model better than like, it's like no wonder people have issues with like moving from React to Solid. If their mental model is like everything is state and I just ping a bunch of states, like it's backwards. Like it's a mess. And no wonder when they look at signals, they're like, this would be chaos. If I update these states and these things all go firing off randomly, that would be terrible. And they'd be right. The actual superpower here is the ability to control the way the stuff gets layered on. Like in React, you have a component tree, right? That's the layering. You're deriving it. You have data and you have UI as a function of state. You're deriving UI from the function of state. But that's a limit of your granularity of your control. You have the state and one derivation. A reactive model is like, what if instead of having one derivation, you have multiple derivations that can kind of feed and weave through each other's? It's very similar. This mechanism here happens naturally in every UI framework. There is this piece. I think we need to call this out more as a pattern. It's the foundation of React in the most simplistic thing. React is like one reducer. It's more than that because there's a like a hierarchical consideration, but like essentially this is a pattern of this sort of like applied data. I remember the days when jQuery and UI was your state. Those were not very good old days, right? And the next step is basically separating it from the UI and just having like a one-for-one thing representation of what would have been in the UI as state and just ping-ponging it. If you want to put more structure out that's when you end up with state machines, or you end up with reactive systems where you say like, look, this isn't a bunch of random lights going up, you're not playing whack-a-mole. This is actually part of an architecture, a structure. With the bad days. Oh, okay. So what would it prevent? Top priority, worked example showing the layered overlay pattern, which is what we just built. So that's fine. Create option stored doc should be reframed. It talks about tentative rights and auto revert. It should also clearly describe the derived form as your fan endpoint for layers. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, this pattern works, but like the layering is a more general thing. Like it doesn't have to be errors. It could also be client derived state, like success messages or things that are ephemeral. Like you don't feel these layers as harsh. Like if your server is very much detached and not part of the loop, then you can kind of ignore it, and then you're just living here. And if you're just living here, then you know, I mean, you can still just use one optimistic store, but like it's a slightly different world you're living in. It's when you have the full pipeline here that this layering becomes very evident, because this layering happens automatic with the primitive, and this layering is something you kind of have to wire yourself. Okay. Make to-do example for the reference. Yeah, good. Resolution, kitchen sink. We basically just said this demo we just made is a good reference for it. There was a bug, which I realized that the refresh symbol doesn't work properly with TypeScript, and I had to make things refreshable T to make that work. It's fine. It's a solid bug. We fixed it. This is another common one for people. They just put the suspense boundary or loading boundary around the whole app, and then like the fallback just duplicated the sections in the app with the different UI. I see people do this a lot with React, and they're right in sort of in that React will match the same element and be like, oh yeah, you probably meant this to be the same thing, and reuse it. Solid will not. We don't do any diffing like that. So this was actually a little bit more costly. And I think part of the reason people do this and get lazy with just putting the loading on top is because React, you have to put the loading outside of your component. In our example, we did actually keep the loading outside of the component. It just worked out that way because we had two components we had to wrap in the loading. So we didn't need the loading for the header, but we needed the loading for the for the main section and for the footer section. And for that reason, it was the right choice to put the loading here. But you notice the difference where it kind of like inlines better, because you should put the loading exactly where you want the affordance to be. It's not like don't like remake the Chrome. Put the loading exactly like I feel like it's a limitation of React's model, which causes people put suspense like higher up. You should put the suspense exactly in the UI where you want that loading thing to show up, right? I see this with conditionals too, where people do like early returns and then they put duplicate JSX in that. It's almost better, like that can cause drift too. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about this. The solution ended up becoming like smaller, cleaner, tighter, right? So we set our context up, right? Header component, wrap the stuff that needs loading in the loading section, and then we're good to go. There's just basically, because you can literally you can fetch data up here and load down here and only read it under here. We don't have that same kind of constraint, which kind of forces people to push loading on the outside. And loading is actually optional. I think I showed that last stream where there's no loading boundary. I mean, it's not great for client side, because on the server, if there's no loading boundary, we'll just hold until all the asyncs resolved and then flush the complete thing, and then it will hydrate that. On the client, we will also hold rendering now if there's no loading boundary, which funnily enough, I was playing with this in here in a CSR example. Let me see. What is it? Rendering. What was it? Rendering example build CSR. No. CSR build. Yes. CSR start. Put you on 3000. I don't think this example has the shortcut. Localhost 3000. This example had lazy components. It has this kind of like double cascade. You load the user, load this. There's no loading boundary. There's a loading boundary around this section, but there's no loading boundary around the whole app, and no loading boundary around this. And watch what happens. If we refresh the page, you didn't even though this is async, you didn't even see the page flicker because of browser paint holding. Now, don't get me wrong, async loading boundary, an async value is read outside a loading boundary. The root mount will be deferred until all the pending async settles. We warn about this. I don't think this is a good pattern. If you're not SSR, you shouldn't like halt rendering the page. My point is that mechanically we don't need the loading boundary here, and the browser doesn't really even, that's a dev only warning, doesn't even really punish you here. This has lazy components. Like this, if I wrap this with a loading, then you'd see loading, double cascade. And I think for some apps, you don't want to do that. You're okay waiting to render, but just a sort of kind of side kind of side story here, though. Just wanted to kind of show that example off. Anyway, let's go back to our list. That's my biggest gripe with use Suspense. Having the move load upwards, which makes no sense and it is awkward. Yeah, I guess it fixes React that way. In Solid, we don't have that problem. We can literally just stick loading wherever it makes sense to. Although I guess in React you still have to use. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be that ergonomic still, even with TSRX. But it's a good thing to call out. The bad days or probably state was included in every HTTP request that was trashed. Yeah, ASP.NET. Yeah, and HTML partials. Yeah, honestly, I call those the dark ages. I didn't answer before. This was the worst time in web development when everyone was using something kind of like HTMX and then trying to do really stateful apps. Fortunately, modern takes on this don't encode all the data automatically. You aren't trapped in that terrible pattern. But fundamentally, it was like the mechanics behind it were very similar to like the baseline of that this is definitely the worst time by far, like mid 2000s, like 2005 through 2008, kind of pre single page apps when we're trying to build them with that stuff. It was the worst. Okay, side note. Okay, so we talked about that, moving the loading in. In React, suspense boundaries are typically wrapped around large feature shells because the diff throws away, doesn't care. It's also because it's constrained by the async model. In Solid.js creates real DOM nodes, so you don't want to do that. Cheat sheet explaining it. Yeah, so that's what we did. 8. End yield. This one's just it being lazy. When I told it to do toggle all, it literally just did a loop of async calls, which is like the stupidest thing ever. Instead of like doing like one toggle all API call, it just was like, yeah, let's just circle through all the ones. Yeah, nope. This is not a Solid issue. This is literally just it being. This has nothing to do with Solid. This is just the AI being really dumb. This one's small. It didn't realize that our stores can actually return values, and which is good for like splices and like filters. Even though they're mutable, you can also say like set this as the new store baseline. So you can like you can just like filter out the to-dos like this cleanly. This is a documentation miss. Well, I got wrong. The cheat stated draft setters can return a value, option to run the shell, but showed an example, blah, blah, blah. Framing, the shell sounds destructive, so they thought the wording was confusing. The example didn't match the shape. I also we had an example actually showing them that they could do this. I also misrouted the fix. The first draft of this finding claimed the store key by ID, Brexit preserves item identity to remain. This conflated the setter, projection, pass, blah, blah, blah. Added more examples to the cheat sheet. Update the JS docs. Okay, that's fine. This was a fun one. It's something that kind of showed up in Solid 2.0. It's not a big deal here, but context API. I asked him like, why did you wrap use to-dos like this? Like you didn't really need to. Because in Solid 2.0, if there's no context, it will throw. So you can just use the context directly. You don't need these kind of context wrappers. Shared state context of React, context mechanical anti-prop drilling tool. So any state that more one component gets read, there's no comparable cost gradient queue. Solid's context is also cheap, but break even depth before it earns thing. Use context wrapper with throw, the non-null gets React community standard. Narrow runtime forgot provider, both motivation real and solid, blah, 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 blah. So anyways, there's not much there. We got rid of that, cleaned up the example, removed lines, not a big deal. Context default list form should throw on missing provider. We were doing this, but the types didn't reflect it. So I'm not going to worry too much about that one. Let's continue on. Pascal case rendering callback. This was a weird one. It wrote the error fallback like this, and I wasn't expecting it. It's very minor, but I was like, why didn't you just call it as a component? They kind of made it like a fake component. This technically works, but they named it as like a component. But this isn't a component, even in the React sense. This is fine. It worked. It just, I told them that it was unorthodox. You get it, right? Like this has a callback form, and it basically named it like a component. It's more of a styling thing. I'm not going to worry too much about that. Default props, it didn't need to send that. This one's not important. I want to skip to some more of the interesting ones. Module scope signal for view. Oh yeah, it put a global create signal for the hash filter, and I'm like, it's fine, but maybe we should like not do it global, because we do, even though this works, we probably don't want to like encourage the pattern. So it made it into a custom hook, which was fine, but immediately I saw issues with this custom hook with Solid 2.0, because it did the on cleanup pattern, and I was like, so where did we get to it? On cleanup for component level setup teardown instead of on settled. So in 2.0, the canonical primitive register is on settled, which returns a cleanup. So instead of doing that, you do on settled, add your event handler, do your cleanup. This is kind of like the better way of doing it now. Same lifetime. It's the same as on mount. Why I got this wrong? A multi-step failure worth recording. I actually said, hey, we should use on settled create effect and return the cleanup instead of doing this. I picked up the wrong primitive twice in a row. First create effect with empty compute, then on cleanup in the original hash filter. 3 compounding causes. React prior overrode instructions is one of the most trained distribution. When given on settled create effect as a menu, I picked the one closer to React shape. The instructions telling me Solid 2.0 wants a cleanup returning effect shaped code got parses create effect shaped, and explicitly on settled got dropped. Wrong taxonomy on settle. I had filled as a post async measure, blah, blah, blah. Cheat sheet, blah, blah, blah. Rationalize instead of reassessment. When the create effect form felt wrong, I wrote a defense. Signals intent uses uniform shape rather than going back to the instructions. That is the worst of the 3, not bad. Why is this high signal failure mode? Cheat sheet was correct. The example showed the right shape. The instruction was correct. The wrong primitive still came out. This tells us that this isn't a documentation gap, it's a prior strength gap. Static guardrails that catch this in user code are only reliable backstop, but I mean, I don't think this is an ESLint rule. I mean, maybe prefer on settle over on cleanup could be, but I don't know. Passing an accessor as a prop, yeah. So after it created the custom hook, it went and it did this. It made the filter and passed it directly like this as an accessor instead of calling it as a function. This one broke my heart. Because we went through all the guidance. It was familiar. It had all the docs. It had the cheat sheet. It had everything. And it still forgot to call the accessor. Let's see here. Doesn't snapshot JSON wraps up tribute, blah, blah, blah. Why I got this wrong? The worst of the 3 React prior failures this session, the most diagnostic. This is not a 2.0 specific rule. Solid has been telling readers for years, props are reactive values, not function references. Every 1x doc, every example, every common stake lists this, yet I had the accessor in scope. So at least part of the resistant passes is the React reflexes if I want a lazy blah, 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 pass the function, reasserted instantly, even though it is explicitly opposite of solid props work. I just written finding 15 about React priors overriding direct connection. In the same turn, documenting the exact failure mode did not prevent me from reproducing it again. The kitchen sink itself was meant to discriminate properly and correctly based on a previous finding. Why this high signal AI failure, blah, blah, blah. Finding 15 made the point, even direct instruction loses strong prior. So in a sense, even authoring a write-up about the exact failure mode does not prevent reproducing on the next code edit. The finding I just written itself is not a guardrail. The instruction is not the guardrail. Pattern review within the same turn is not the guardrail. Static external guardrails are only mechanisms that operate independently of what the model has just been told. This is the strongest argument for adversarial framing of React and user-facing docs. When prior resilient neutral framing, here solid props is insufficient. The docs have to actively contradict the prior, ideally before the reader gets any syntax. That's kind of crazy, if you ask me. Finally, last piece here. This is number 17, reputation mode React framing. A separate agent was given the kitchen sink example and asked to infer what it could tell about solid versus React. It had the full example, the 25-line architectural comment at the top of to-dos describing the 3-layer state model, like the layering we just talked about, well, server, client state, and optimistic state. It had the cheat sheet, and it even had, I didn't look at it, but it had this AI readiness findings document in its memory. Its first answer was a syntax diff. Class is not class name. Signals are not called as functions. No key prop for instead of map. Only after being pushed twice did it surface the architectural points. Its own retrospective of this diagnostic verbatim. Even with the canonical artifact, the explanatory comment, and the cheat sheet in context, the prior wins on the first pass at a recognition task, not generation. Recognition, I was looking at the answer and producing syntax comparison. I treated what could an AI infer about solid differs from React as a list viable differences, exactly the React shaped reading of the prompt. The solid shaped reading is what does the code accomplish that comparable code in other frameworks can't accomplish at this size. I didn't read the AI readiness notes despite them being in the recently viewed list because I judged them tangential to the prompt. They were the prompt. Why this is structurally different from 16. These are generation mode failures. This is a recognition mode failure. No code was generated. The model was asked to describe canonical solid, and its first pass answer was React comparative frame. Enumerate API differences. The artifact that should have redirected were either skipped or red pass, looked like prose, not code shape. The cheat sheet was in context, could not fire because no code was being written. This is a prior operating layer deeper, blah, 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 blah. Why none of this intervention reached it, blah, blah, blah. The honest answer is recognition mode failures are largely not addressable inside the repo. We can sharpen artifacts, derail comparative inventory framing on per stream, but we cannot force the model to read the artifacts whose relevance is already prejudged in the wrong frame. Anyways, what did this change of our readiness? Up to inclusively implicit framing was generation, blah, blah, blah. That's framing, but it's wrong for 17 because there's no generation event to guard. I don't know. I kind of walked away from this being like a little disheartened because, yeah, I hadn't gotten to the linting rules, but essentially the AI was like, you gave me all the stuff I needed, but I just ignored you because I felt like it, because I knew React and I thought I knew better. And even the stuff I should have known, I kind of was like, forgot about it, even though you just told me the sentence before, which you're kind of like, what the hell, right? To be fair, the app did work almost perfectly the first time. There was like this synchronization problem until we did the architecture on fix 5. So if they nailed the architecture, like the whole time period, a lot of this stuff is stylistic, but it promotes less optimistic patterns. Like it's not the way you should approach writing solid code. So I don't know. I hope this is interesting, and I actually think this is kind of relevant because this whole journey here of what did it keep on saying every time it failed? There's like all the safeguards were in place, but they were not enough. You know, and it kept on telling me that linting was going to solve my problems. Some things are lintables, other things aren't lintable. It just kind of comes with the territory. It's a tricky, right? That's why I want to find Tucson with the video. I believe I'm getting the information patterns I want to correct data training. Now how many time? I think AI is a little bit too strongly inclined to want to solve making mistakes. Will always rather suggest solutions. Sometimes AI is just kind of inexplicably dumb. AI's honest as replies, it lies to you. Yeah, the issue is training data. Yeah, it makes panic. It's heavily follow React stuff. I feel like AI is fighting hard not to produce the most common patterns from its training data set. Yeah, unsuccessfully. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is it's definitely interesting. So what can we do about this? I mean, linting is clear, right? I've done a lot of work. I created a framework from a runtime perspective that is like, it basically collapses time. Our async model is unparalleled. We basically turned something that was seen as only imperative in something declarative, like completely, like the runtime mechanics structure is kind of incredible. But does it matter if the AI can't write it? Like that it literally can be told something 10 times in a row and can't figure it out. Like the thing is, if AI can write the code, the guarantees, the structure of what Solid does in its reactive system is incredibly powerful. It doesn't leave these doors open. It's a consistent system that closes the gaps. But if it can't write the code, what are we doing? That's what I'm going to leave you thinking about right now. But we're very fortunate to be able to switch frames here because We have our guest who has arrived here, and I should. Oh, what are you doing? My banners are being weird. I wanted to give. Yeah, here we are, and we should bring him on because I am very interested after that whole conversation to get a lot of his thoughts on this topic too. But first, we probably should see what he's up to, anyways. So hopefully he's ready. Without much further ado, let's see if we can add to this stream Mr. Dominic Gannaway. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. I don't know if you caught any of that, but I was just walking over how I tried to make Solid more AI friendly, and then watch the AI trip all over itself. So,
Fun time.
yeah, it was a learning experience for me, definitely. But I think it's actually possibly pertinent to some of the stuff that we'll be talking about today. I'm actually super excited to have you on again. It's been almost 2 years, I think. You had just been finishing up the work for the RC, I think, for Svelte 5, like the ruins. Like they were just fresh out the gate for people to try, and we talked about that big shift. Since then, you've kind of gone on a bit of a journey. But I guess before that, for those who aren't already aware of who our guest is, Dominic Gannaway has been involved in the open source JavaScript framework realm for many years. First, probably notably for people as creator of Inferno, which was like the fastest JavaScript VDOM framework for years, probably still is, and super. He's always been associated with this kind of performance side of things. He went to go work on the React core team at Meta. He worked on Lexical at Meta. Went on and was very instrumental in the moving Svelte from their previous kind of, I don't know what they call it, like it's not even like pure compiler-based system into a more flexible, dynamic signals-based system in Svelte 5. And that's kind of like where we last talked to him. So maybe Dominic can kind of fill us in a bit on his journey towards Ripple and TSRX.
Sure. So, yeah, at the time we had just released a release candidate for Svelte 5. And I think it took another 3 or 4 months before we released it fully to the public, and it was ready for consumption properly. And then after that, we spent some time looking into async and remote functions and RPC and a whole bundle of other things along the way, which tied into a lot of the work that was happening in Solid and in React at the time as well. So there's a combination of factors there, but we really wanted to see if we could change how async was happening so it's more automatic, less sort of like cumbersome like transitions tend to be. So that was a good sort of mental model challenge that we had at the time. And then after that, I felt like I needed a new challenge. And so I also wanted sort of going back to having an office that I could travel into and having that sort of niceties of being around other human beings rather than remote fully at the time. So I joined up with Attio, which are London-based CRM startup, which has been great so far. It's been a good journey. I joined last year in September, and already we've like increased massively in size. And a lot of the work I've been doing there as a principal engineer is like tackling the sort of challenges again with React. And along that way, I've picked up many of Scala too with other frameworks, and I learned things as well. Like, I think working on React has taught me a lot about how you can build a good reconciler, how you can challenge the ecosystem with different things. And that was one of those things was hooks. Another part of that was I was working on Prepack, which was their sort of early day React Native compiler that turned out we could challenge it with making it into a more React compiler for all project. And unfortunately, it didn't see the light of day, but a lot of research and time went into that project that taught me a lot about compilers, about how static analysis can be leveraged to do really cool things ahead of time. And it got me thinking, like, this is a space that is, well, at the time, wasn't really challenged. There wasn't much happening other than changing your JSX into React Create Element and vice versa for other frameworks. So yeah, I think a lot of that led me to building something called Octane at the time. That was like
I
my
remember
secret
that.
code word. I didn't release that. It was kind of like a pivot, and that Octane project actually led on to becoming Svelte 5. In fact, internally it was called Svelte Octane as a project name. And a lot of the ideas kind of fed into that in terms of the runtime having signal-based reactivity, how we could do things a bit differently from other frameworks because we had a compiler, because we could have a cool set of things which turned out to be runes to make these sort of signals and macros work within the language. But also Svelte taught me that you don't actually need to have a TSJS extension. You can ship your own. You can have .svelte, and people don't actually care.
Yeah, I mean, did you work on a lot of the other like tooling that went around like that, like the syntax highlighting or like the prettier or like all the other like pieces? Because I feel like that's probably the biggest obstacle with that is actually just like TypeScript, like the whole chain of other tooling that comes with building a language. I mean, you're obviously dealing with that now with TSRX and Ripple, but did you touch that much during the Svelte time period as well?
Didn't touch much. But I got close with the guy called Simon on the Svelte team who led all that work, and he gave me a lot of insight in how we could do things. With at a time when Svelte built their tooling, there wasn't anything around like third party like that you could use. Thankfully, since then, Volar's come around, and Volar's been a good help in terms of building a lot of the foundations to make that a lot easier than it was.
Right.
So for Ripple and TSRX, we use Volar for our language server, and thankfully, there's a lot more sort of resources out there in terms of how you go about building a VS Code plugin, an extension, how you do things for NeoVim, for Z, for Sublime, for IntelliJ. So there's a lot more in the community to help us. The biggest challenge now is getting GitHub to understand the TSRX extension for
Right.
linguists, which you have to meet a criteria, which is kind of insane, but we'll get there. We kind of almost were there with .ripple, unfortunately, but we changed the extension now, so we have to start again. But yeah, so that taught me that people didn't actually really care about the extension as long as it was rememberable and agnostic, I guess, in the case here. So we kind of thought when building Ripple, we built something great. We built a new runtime that was a lot more simple than other runtimes at the time. Like it had a signal-like interface, but actually was more akin to UState in React, where you connect like the reactivity to the component. In Ripple, there aren't any components technically. It's the blocks. So it's like Svelte 5 and like Solid and Vue Vapor. They will compile down to blocks, but these blocks are kind of the things that attach to the state. So we figured out a cool way of making the reactivity model a lot cheaper and faster than previously done.
Yeah.
The trick there was to keep it lazy. So you have the reactivity graph like it works in Signals, but making sure it's top down, but except you don't do re-rendering. That's the part that you don't do. So the difference being is React has a single model. The components and the hooks are combined together. So in order for the hooks to re-render, they have to call the component again. But if you separate out the hooks to be their own tree or graph from the component graph, then they don't actually need to re-render at all.
Right.
The hooks could re-render separately from the component. And that was the magic sauce that was missing. If you could break them out, then you could have the benefits of top-down rendering, which means far quicker, less sort of like...
Yeah, you're not worried about like all this bookkeeping in terms of like backlinking observer and whatnot.
Yeah, because as soon as you've got a signal graph and you remove part of the tree, you have to go through that and terminate lots of the connections. Or you use weak refs and pay the cost in terms of performance.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of work that went into the TC39 signals proposal, which has kind of dwindled a bit since. And I think a lot of that is because you want the ergonomics of having weak refs. You don't want to be able to like, you can't really connect signals to a component graph to do that heavy lifting for you, because then it's not agnostic to the platform. But then you need to be able to ship something that's really efficient and have the guarantees of weak refs. So like there's a challenge there, and like
that's a good way of framing it. I never thought about framing it that way because we were very opposed to them like making signal hooks directly into the DOM APIs. We're just like, this stays in TC39. This is not a whatever kind of thing. Like, and a lot of the framework authors were too, because they're like, look, we don't want to, scheduling, timing, there's a whole bunch of stuff there. But what you're saying is when you make that separation, all the bookkeeping, all the like that piece suddenly becomes like prohibitive in the sense, because you can't marry these things in the same sort of way.
No, you can't. Yeah. So, but yeah, we discovered that, and at the same time, we wanted to tackle the other challenge because people loved Inferno at the time because it was fast, but it didn't really get huge adoption because speed wasn't the thing you can sell to your manager really.
No.
Especially if you've got a code base that's already written in React. What does it give you? Oh, it's quicker. And normally people say, well, it's quick enough what we have now. So, I mean, other than the core logo, there wasn't like a huge like desire for people to like migrate over to Inferno. Interestingly, when I was at Meta, WhatsApp used Inferno for rendering on the server. So they actually use React, but in prod they use Inferno. So unlikely to know from many people, but billions and billions of people every day were actually being served Inferno on low-end devices because React wasn't just applicable enough. And then that's for KaiOS. So there was usage, but it was in like very sparse areas where performance was needed at the very minimum. And I believe Netflix also had a trial run with Inferno 2 on low-end devices instead of React to get the better performance. So it was kind of interesting. So the performance side wasn't the thing that we needed to sell with Ripple. It was actually the DX side. So having spent time at Vercel working on V0 and getting involved in AI, it was interesting to see how terrible LLMs were at writing React code. They still are, to a large degree. They got better, but like they're still there. And the reasons are simple. Like humans also get this wrong. Is that when you're writing React code and you have hooks, and you then have to put them at the top of your function, your component. That's because if you have any sort of early return or you have any sort of logic in between, it would violate the rules of hooks. So people end up putting effects and loads of effects at the top of their component for those effects to never actually run because something below actually invalidates it. So then you have to put the guarding inside your effect as well as below.
Yeah. So many touch points.
And then you have to ensure your dependencies of that effect match up. And then you end up accidentally putting too many dependencies in. So it now runs too many times. So you break out to be another effect. And then you're like, oh no, pull that out. I need to memorize that. So I have to put that in a use memo. And so you end up like with 80 lines of code like you didn't intend to do. And that's a human struggles with that. I've seen it happen with the best engineers in the world getting this wrong. So how is the machine going to get it right? And they don't. Because the truth is, if you base on training data where people are getting it wrong, the training data is inherently flawed as well. So it doesn't really end up with better code. So I wanted to tackle that. I know lots of people aren't going to migrate their code bases away from React, but they might want to convert it to something that ergonomically yields better human and AI generated code.
Yeah. I don't want to just glaze over that point because actually my whole article that I wrote, I think you read it, was about that specific point of the structural challenges that come. It wasn't about the AI side of it, but the structural challenges that come from. I actually like. I actually want to pull this up maybe for 2 seconds. I don't have to hijack you too much on this. You probably have better examples too, but just for people who haven't had the chance to see this, God, sorry, I know you guys don't see what I'm doing. It's off screen. It's just my HackMD is being really a pain today. Let me just quickly. I want to just pop this in 2 seconds here. For this is an old Marco example, and it doesn't quite sell it. But I was trying to show in the silly example that if you took something that looked simple, and this is just using an effect on a div, and yeah, when you write it in TSRX, I hope I got the syntax like mostly right, given that I'm using React syntax. It's kind of the same thing until some genius is like, let's change this thing being visible or not. Like, let's put a conditional in our logic. And in something like TSRX, you can just take that whole block and be like, if enabled, done. where to actually do the same change in a framework like React or whatever, you have to now put in the dependency array. You have to look at the disposal logic. You have to look at the creation logic. So any of the branching logic in here, you have to put it in the UI. We actually touched 4 different points for literally the most trivial example. Can you picture if this was a real app that actually had like more than one little thing in it? And the crazy part is you could have argued right away, like pull this into a separate component. That solves that problem if you pulled into a separate component. But people don't do that right away. They just add state. They just group it up. And the problem is once you go to this intermediate state where you start adding all this logic, it becomes really a pain in the ass to pull it into a separate component. Because to pull into a separate component, I don't know if I showed it somewhere else. No, I didn't. To pull into a separate component, suddenly you actually have to go back and like add the new stuff for the new component and undo the work you already did. Like to the touch points. Your boundary shifting is constantly causing you to hit code in multiple different locations. Whereas like this was like, oh, separate component, cut, paste. Like that kind of layering is incredibly powerful. I'm sorry, I just really wanted to sell that. Don't mind me. Back to Dominic's explanation.
Yeah, that's exactly the issue. And it's not just an issue in React, it's an issue anywhere you have the React model. Preact will suffer from it too.
Yeah.
And so another thing that came to point was like a lot of the reactive libraries struggle with the ergonomics of tokens. So destructuring and those patterns yield better token usage because you're writing less code. So one thing we wanted to do was ensure that you could destructure in languages like Ripple and Solid, where you have reactivity via getters. And so the common case in Solid and Ripple is that the props object, which people love to destruct, but you can't. Then you're executing the code at the point of execution of the destructuring, so the reactivity isn't there and live. So we invented lazy destructuring, which meant you can have that guarantee of having like the read at the point of time of usage as being how it gets accessed. And there's been discussions about if we can make this into a proposal for TC39. Challenging because the space around identifiers having side effects is one that has come up before in the deferred import proposal. And so they went with namespaces to avoid that sort of challenge. But it's one that should probably have a discussion about with at some point. It's a useful one. Like why handicap?
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because if they actually did have a lazy, because we'll probably talk a bit more when we look at the Ripple language, because what's really cool about the structure operator thing that you put out there is it actually doesn't tie it to the component at all, which you can use it anywhere, which I think is actually really, really cool. Sorry, just as an aside.
Yeah, just that's like a language feature. And that's literally the only language feature we've added. Well, there's others that we didn't discuss in TSRX, like server blocks, which is more of a Ripple thing. But I think that the general consensus, we wanted to keep TSRX quite minimal in that really there's only a component keyword. And inside the component keyword, that's where the new magic happens. In terms of you have a JSX sort of templating language that isn't an implicit return. People keep thinking it's not a do expression. It's an immediate like rendering sort of thing model. So a bit like HTML, it's top down. So as you encounter the template, it outputs the template. And so you've got to change your mental model when working with TSRX. And some people at first are like, "Oh, it looks like PHP," or "It's not the sort of thing I want." And like, try it for 5 minutes and get your head around it, and you won't go back to using JSX again. It's much better. We're trying to put a benchmark together, but I didn't get it in time to show the yielding of LLMs that output substantially better in React and other frameworks using TSRX versus using TS. It's just better. Like the co-location, the sort of flexibility of the language, not having to map over things. I mean, that's not an issue in Solid, but it's still like the fact there's a component keyword makes an LLM think, oh, this isn't TypeScript, this is different. And thus I won't apply the same like machine learning I've had for React. And thus I won't go down the same route as trying to do something I would do with React, and that instantly means you get guarantees around like it's going to generate something better because it's got like no training data on it, so it has to look it up. We have an MCP server for TSRX which came out yesterday, so you can actually use that, and you can ask him, go, hey, I'm using the Solid plugin. I want to look up the docs for how I can do this, and it will go off and do that. It will look how to create props, or look how to make a component. It will then check it and validate it and ask for help from the MCP server if it's struggling. So even though there's no training data there, you're able to go and move fast already with what we've built. And when the training data comes in, then it will be even better. So hopefully exciting times in the future for this. Who knows? And there's other framework authors too that are really interested in trying this and playing with it. So hopefully we can get close. We're out alpha right now. Hopefully we can get to beta in the future.
Before we dig in a little bit on the language itself and look at kind of some examples to play around a little bit with it, I was going to ask you, like, how did we get here from Ripple? Like, I understand, like, you created a framework because we got to Ripple because we were like, okay, we can take what we've learned from Svelte, we can working there in React, and basically optimize away the signal layer in a certain way by using the kind of the UI tree. Here's a new framework, syntax, so the whole thing. What made you want to offer this superpower to everyone?
I think there's like two things that really come to mind. First of all, I work on a day-to-day basis at Attio building React code. So
as do many of us, yeah.
So if I'm working with React code every day, I get frustrated with how Opus or whatever model I'm using is getting things wrong. So I'm like, why isn't this a challenge with Ripple? And the obvious thing is maybe in the future we will change over to Ripple, but it's a massive, huge code base, 500,000 lines of code. You're not going to change over to Ripple tomorrow without in a product that is crucial to the company. So you have to think about it strategically and incrementally. That's the most important part. So I thought to myself, if Ripple can actually take out the templating side and the language and sort of simplify it down, so there's less of we use of ampersands everywhere to invoke reactivity, and just make it far closer to the actual language of TypeScript or JavaScript, then maybe it can be transferable to other frameworks too. So we did some research, and it turned out that was doable. We made some big changes in Ripple, and then it was like, well, maybe we can make this its own thing, and that will lead to the second point, which is adoption. Like in order to get adoption today, it's almost impossible with a new framework.
Yeah.
But if we can somehow make it easier to have adoption by getting you halfway there already, by having you adopt the syntax and the benefits of Ripple, then maybe you'll be like, wow, this is actually really good, and maybe it's not that difficult to move into a place with Ripple. And the other parts of this is like, we actually want to look into compatibility. So Ripple had a thing called like compatibility mode, where you could mix and match React, Ripple code, and any language framework from different components together. You could import a solid component into Ripple and it would just work. Like everything would work. The reactivity, suspense, error boundaries, everything would work. We got to work in React. We didn't do solid. We didn't get to that point. But the point was it was possible. There was overhead from doing such a thing, because you had to make certain like adjustments to make sure that all these different parts work.
I was going to say the suspense thing actually surprised me for a minute. I mean, maybe different in React because of the way they handle it. But like when you have reactive systems managing, like when it's handled at a state level, it must be a little bit like I know, because interacting, like trying to we have like a way of like having wrapping MobX and Solid. Like we have like a external source thing where you can use other reactivity signals implementations. And I guess we technically got it working with transitions as well. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit of work of like, I don't know how you guys solved it. I guess you said you did it with React, so you didn't get to the reactive signal level interrupt. For us, it meant mirroring our internal signals with MobX's signals, so almost like making a second graph on top of it itself. But yeah.
So there's a great amount there to do. I mean, like the idea with that is that if you could have the compatibility layer, then any company anywhere could go, well, I'm going to incrementally move parts of my code base to Solid or to Ripple, and it will just work. And there's downsides to that approach. Like some things won't work. Server components won't work with this model. Like that's a hard no. I mean, maybe there's a world where it can work, but at the level of effort required to do that is hard. But then almost nobody that's building an SPA is using server components because you don't. It's an SPA. Like you look at Linear, Slack, Attio, Notion, they all React SPAs. And so the thing that we wanted to make sure was like, is there a way of how, now I'm in a space where I'm not working on like a framework full time, I'm working on a company product full time. Is like, how do I change my perspective to make the things I've built already work for me and work for like the colleagues I work with? So that's why we broke out TSRX from Ripple. And also there's a discussion that kept happening every 6 months, 9 months with the same people. Like, when are we going to like fix JSX? When is JSX 2.0?
Oh yeah.
That discussion was happening when I was on the React team, like how many years ago now? 5 years ago, 6 years ago now.
Yeah,
so like, you know, there was ideas. There was component script that was like the React script language. There was an idea at Facebook that we could have component script or React script, and it was like it.
I've seen, especially the component keyword, I've seen a version of that in like the Angular guys bugged me a couple of years about this too. Like, oh, let's try and standardize on this. Like everyone's had this idea that they were going to like do something where you had like a component keyword and where the template return is implicit. I've seen it across almost every framework that I've talked to. It's
well, Flow has it, and it's had it for years now. So
yeah.
If you try the Flow, the type language, then it has component keywords, but it also has named arguments, which is different from that. So everyone at Meta will be using component, Flow. And they also have the hook keyword for functions or hooks. So yeah, I mean, it's that boat sailed. I think there was even a discussion at one point to enable component keywords within TypeScript. The TypeScript team pushed back. They're like, no more additions. You know, we think there were lots of discussions around how decorators work, and obviously having support for JSX was like the bare minimum to be competitive with what was out there when TypeScript came out. But it would be good if TypeScript would open its ideas to potentially allowing something like this, because now TSRX is now gaining traction. People are asking, why can't this just be supported by the TypeScript itself, right? It's meant to, why, you know.
I mean, it's the TypeScript has an interesting challenge. They put, how should I put it? They went fairly hard on, like, not, but they adopted JSX, right? And then I think they ended up regretting it because like the people tried to push on template literals, like the HTML tag. They're like, look, like this is a pretty common convention. You can have a like template literals with types. Can't we just have HTML temp? And they're not touching that one with like a 10-foot pole, it seems. So I think they're, after what happened with JSX, I think they're like hesitant to try and get into the templating language. Maybe something will change it, but that's just my impression that I've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way it is, and that's a big challenge for us too, because obviously we support TypeScript, it works fine, but TSGo or TypeScript 7 does not work, and that's because there isn't an API to enable that. So nobody who's building their own sort of language can actually hook into the TypeScript server with TypeScript 7 yet. So it's hopefully that will change soon and we can actually get it working. But that does mean it makes it hard for a developer that's building these things to like keep relevance when things are changing quickly.
Makes sense. I want to actually take a look at, someone mentioned in the comments now, and I think it's not your fault. They're like, I'm sorry, I just got started yesterday. I'm slow as Homer Simpson today. I just realized what TSRX is. My bad. No, we haven't actually said, like, we said what it is, but we haven't actually showed anyone on stream what it is yet. And I think we should actually, obviously we've been comparing it to JSX and whatnot, but maybe it's now a good time to kind of give people a quick overview of TSRX if you're up to it, Dom.
Yeah, so it's you can think of it as a spiritual successor to JSX in the fact that it's kind of aims to tackle the templating side primarily as the main thing, but also some of the ergonomics of componentization. So for example, as you can see, like the JSX is not expression based, although you can do expression JSX, but it's statement based. So there's no returns, although you can do early returns, but then returns must be void, basically. You don't return anything. And that's primarily to have control flow with early returns rather than if statements. And so, yeah, you can define parts of it, and it essentially happens that it renders it as it sees it. So it's not an implicit return, it renders it as it sees it. So it sees a div, it'll render the div. Then I go inside and see the if statement, and then it'll render like the paragraph below. And the cool thing is that you have to put double quotes around the strings inside, because we need to know if that's a string or if that is like syntax, because you could easily put console log in there, or debugger, or another if statement. So we, in order to differentiate what is syntax and strings, that's the way we do it.
I want to make a point about this right now, because I'm not going to lie. I saw this initially and I was just like, oh, what? No one would want to do this. This is. I actually wrote a whole document where I was talking about. I talked previously about like reactive script or some kind of thing, but I actually wrote like JSX 2.0 successor, what it would look like, and it was like, can I make something that looks like Ripple but doesn't have the string? I realized, like in hindsight, the whole reason I wrote that whole article was because of how much I thought I disliked the string thing here.
Well, it's got better. We used to have to enforce you to put curly braces and the string inside.
Right, you have to do both, right? But yeah, without the curly braces, in a sense, this makes perfect sense to me, because the difference here is like because when you go inside a div here, you can put an if statement. Like you are inside the language, whatever the language is, like inside these blocks, like you're still inside. It's not quite JavaScript, but you're inside JavaScript. So how, when you can have any expression, do you say that, hey, this is a string? This doesn't bug me at all anymore, because I went back to it and I'm like, because I mean, we don't have to get into the deep details there, but when I wrote that like JSX2 successor whatever thing almost a year ago, you know, I to replace that, I needed to come up with a thing. This is like the opposite case, where it's like turn things into do expressions, right? And every time I tried to kind of work through what it would do, like if you listen to the end of this whole thing, I realized in hindsight, reading this thing out loud, I was like, man, this is just like, these are just not reasonable compromises to make. I'm like if this, and then how do you for loops, and like it was just like every time I went down the path, I realized that almost all the constraints that I was like kind of putting in my head was just to avoid literally that string wrapper, but simply having it makes where I have to get back to TSRX. Simply having that string wrapper makes the whole system consistent. This is the consistency thing. To have it any other way makes no sense.
Yeah, and it doesn't actually interact like string mechanics. It actually works more like HTML. So if you put a new line in there, it will work. So if you go to the playground at the top, maybe copy this example and paste it in. So it's easy
okay,
to see.
Sure. Playground, open like a new tab. Can I just drop something in like this? Yeah, cool.
So you can after the comma, after hello, you can press enter, and that will still keep the new line in there.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So that it makes it easy for you to paste in. It works more like a template literal in that respect. And so
right. It's like a.
In fact, it actually works exactly like the JSX attribute. So when you have a JSX attribute and you do equals double quotes, exact same semantics as that. So we thought we'd take those semantics from the JSX attribute when you have like ID equals double quote string, and we'll bring that to be like the text, the content within inside.
Sorry, just sneak previewing it.
You can see we optimized the text content as well.
Oh, you guys got Marco in there.
Yeah.
I love this because
Marco added it a few days ago. Yeah.
What I love about the Marco thing is this is probably the closest one-to-one mapping in terms of the what you write to like yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, obviously the state is different, but I guess I actually, is there a stateful example? I'm already going off statement based.
You can put control flow in. They didn't add all the examples for the Marco.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll worry about that later. That's a me curiosity. It's just the nesting and control flow pieces also exist in Marco in the same way. So we probably is one of the closest one-for-one maps. Whereas like obviously for solid you're gonna make a bunch of conditional control flow like this, And yeah, I mean, I thought the Ripple output was really interesting, just on a side note, just because you can see very much see how it's built for this language, where it's like this, then this, then this, like you read it down. You know what I mean? Like, uh, anyways, sorry, I'm getting off topic. Back on topic. Sorry. We were talking about uh, what were we talking about? Strings. Yes, we were talking about strings. And how they're more than just strings. They are actually like formatted like HTML. Like they're like when you have template literals, like they multi-line, they automatically handle new lines and preserve spacing and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah, and you have to use like ampersand amp to do like an ampersand and those sorts of mechanics. So
Okay, fine. Just because it was pointed out, Svelte is missing in the list.
it will come. I spoke to Rich Harris the other day. There's a way of making it work once their proposal to add basically constant let state with inside the template. That's one of the things we need. So there's already like from July last year, there was an idea to add it to Svelte 5. Just hasn't been done yet. But once that gets added, we'll make it so that Svelte 5 will be renderable from TSRX as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's no technical like limitation for Svelte to be able to do that. They no longer have a component render model, so yeah. Okay. Let's continue on our journey here, because we'll keep the playground going here. I don't know if that's the best place to look at more examples. Maybe it is, because I kind of to understand what TSRX is. I like I'm kind of interested like what syntax we've talked about, the fact that we have these string like blocks. We've talked a bit about the inlining control flow, so you can have if statements and for loops, essentially.
The next one that's quite cool, maybe go back to the playground, is early returns. So you can, I'm not sure we have one here, but if we go to a simple example, like, yeah, that's this one here, for example, you can easily go inside the div, for example, at the top and go if foo, then inside do span test or whatever it might be, and then return.
Oh, so how does this work? Like, so we
Yeah,
go,
yeah, like
we do
that.
that, and then if you, as long as you have a void return on this, then it will leave early. Okay,
Yeah,
I
like
got
that.
you.
Yeah. So a lot of people like that because they don't like deeply nested if statements, which is something we wanted people to avoid. But what's really interesting about how Ripple works is because it pushes you down like normal JS, where if you have multiple, when you start having lots of deep ifs, your brain naturally goes, I need to break this out to be a function. Well, here you would naturally break it out to be a component. So it forces people to make components. Like it changes the way your mental model works. So in a traditional React code base, you just break it out and you'd const it at the top and then you'd reference it below to avoid that. So people naturally have 200, 300 line components.
Right.
But that doesn't scale. That is not how you should be building your UI. So we've tried to take the good bits of just general coding within the language and bring it to the UI, which is quite cool.
Yeah, I was curious on this one because this one feels like it's trickier. Because how do we?
I mean, there's probably bugs with the early returns
Yeah,
actually. So this, I mean, this looks as an issue there, but we'll fix
yeah,
them when I'm alpha. But yeah, I mean,
yeah.
what's cool about it is like, yeah, you can also nest with inside. So essentially, it terminates at the sort of the each element, and this is actually another important part. Each element has a lexical scope. So when you do const x inside a div, it won't leak outside. You can imagine it as like a block statement.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess the thing is, this makes perfect sense. Like when you write it, you're just you, like, of course it has lexical scope because like I'm in the if, but I guess if I put it in the div here as well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see it. and you could see it here too, right? Like, does this mean that there's like, I, I mean this is a fun question because we used to play around with this in Marco. Like, is there like variable shadowing?
Yeah, there should be.
Like, so like, I mean, we're not going to see it in the code here. And I guess if none of this is actually outputting, we're not going to actually see it. But you know what I mean? Like, because like if we do like, I'm just hypothetically, if we had console log x, and obviously, yeah, I mean, this pretty much shows the example. This showed you the proper scoping, because what'll happen is, like, in here, x will be lowercase e, but this console log x will properly read the capital D. So yeah, like, the scoping works completely like the way you would expect from how you'd read it. Basically treat all elements as like a block. So
Yeah, and we profiled it too. So if you do a use effect in here, just the word use,
yeah.
like hook, it'll break it out to be a separate component to keep the rules of hooks. And what's quite
Oh,
interesting,
is that how you do it? So if I went like const, I mean, whatever, it doesn't matter. Const state. All right, just it's React. It's set equals use state. Yeah, I was wondering how we did that. Like, where did that come? Where'd that go? It was an if an act states, and then statement body, this one, and then function. Yeah, and then here's our component right here.
so yeah, it hoists it, so it registers it to a variable, so it doesn't re-render it.
Re-render it. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, exactly. So it creates the thing, and then
And then if you pass in s into like the class of the span,
right.
it will know to pass it through as a prop automatically. Plus, like making you attribute or prop, say x or something, x equals x. Well, that's the cool thing. You can actually do shorthand x just with the curly braces around it. It's the same thing.
Oh, can we do this?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this. Yeah. So we have scoped components. Yeah. Because yeah, I like playing around with this, because obviously in different frameworks you don't need to do the same level of thing.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
Here we can just keep it in line. But yeah.
Yeah, and there's no overhead from having all these anonymous functions inside. We profiled it. It has no impact on runtime performance.
Yeah.
Although the output looks like really long and everything, like when you minify it, it just goes back to almost what it was before.
Yeah. No, this makes this cool. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and I was wondering, like, because as I said, naturally signals libraries, that like it's Svelte adds the ability, they can do it as well. But React doesn't have this capability, and Ripple adds it by basically automatically. Like, I've actually seen code like this in. I asked somebody to make an example. I was working on one of my async examples. It might have been like the multi-state select thing, like some Ryan Florence based demo, and someone literally did something like this to make Suspense work. They had to like inline. They made an inline component so that they could like pass their expression through it, so that the suspense could catch it, because they needed the suspense to be in a component above the place where they did the read, not in the same component. So I've actually seen not compiled code, but actual React code look like this, which is amusing. Yeah, if you're a React developer, you could do this, or you could use TSRX and just write the state inline.
Yeah, so it does a bunch of cool things. And it also does hoisting of JSX and that sort of thing too.
Yeah. We're talking about syntax pieces. So we talked about nested state declarations. We talked about conditionals, scoping, variables, strings. Can you use TSX or JSX in here?
Yeah, so you just do like const x equals, and then you do a fragment, and that's like shorthand for, hey, I want to move into expression-based JSX. And then it will switch the syntax highlighting to be JSX now. So which is pretty cool. So you can write like a string, or you could write div or whatever, it'll work. The beauties of having your own file extension means that you can provide what you want.
Did I mess this up somehow?
And that's good. You need to render it. So if you just put X in, like render it to the body, so X in curly braces, so you output it.
Okay, yeah. So let's put it over here somewhere. I think I tripped it up. I think it was when I added this nested P that I tripped it up. Oh.
Take away the word any, maybe there's a bug there too.
Yeah. Okay. Watch those top level strings, but okay, right now. But yeah, okay. So, and then we can do whatever the hell we want in here, make something else up. Okay. So just is it the fragment that's doing it, or is it the?
Yeah, so it's short. So it's actually TSX that
Right.
is like the longhand, and we added a shorthand because people didn't like writing TSX out all the time. So
I love it. Yeah, no, that's great. The number of times that people are going to, yeah, no, this is it's an edge on the edge. I think, and the shorter syntax seems very elegant. You have no need for fragments, so this is a perfect way of adopting it.
Yeah. Another cool thing is try catch for error boundaries. So if you do a try, and then inside the try is like your logic.
Yeah, I mean, it could be literally anything, but let's just try. Because this is a different kind of control flow that people don't always expect to hit. Let's try catch, and I'll put something in the try block in a second. Catch error. So we just put this in here first. All right. Just curious. What did I blew up the block, didn't I? All right. What did I screw up here?
Don't forget the double quotes around oh no.
Oh, right. Yeah, this is going to take a little bit of getting used to. But yes. Oh no. And then, yeah, you had to make your own error boundary component because React doesn't have one. But
yeah,
React developers don't have to suffer that.
And we think we were going to provide also a second argument to catch where you can have a reset, like every library provides.
Yeah, reset is key. Yeah. I actually never tried error boundaries in Svelte yet, so I haven't actually seen what the reset looks like, but yeah. Oh, I didn't even notice this. This is Solid 2.0 in here, eh?
Mm-hmm.
There you go, guys. Just a little present.
You can try Suspense. Well, if you put in pending as another block like catch, then you can put the loading.
Oh, interesting. So you can go like pending like this, and then oh, okay. And then how do you? Oh, and then this is the fallback. Got you. So then it's like whatever loading and string again. It's gonna catch people at first, but I got it. Second time, I got it. Yeah, loading. Side note, kind of loving this. The JSX, we can't tell what we're gonna insert. Like always, the fact that that you're automatically optimizing to the text content case. For those who don't know, Solid exposes the DOM element text content property directly on the node, which is one of those minor optimizations. But the fact that you get it for free here is just like really nice. Most people don't know about this. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Double quotation will be controversial. Yeah, I don't like. There's things that matter and there's things that don't matter, and I realize that even though it's hard to overcome your own bias sometimes, syntax, in my opinion, matters only as far as mechanics. And the double string is necessary from a mechanics standpoint, so it makes sense. Not just necessary. It's actually it's consistent. That it's not it doesn't bug me at all. As I said, I had a brief like aversion to it, which is me fighting biases. But people who get hung up over syntax for syntax's sake, yeah, I don't really have anything for you. You know. Okay. Okay. So, actually, great question from the crowd. Let's try. Const. We'll see. Oh, okay, we didn't get there. Okay, they were wondering. They were
So
wondering.
if you use await in a React component, it'll work, but not in a solid component.
Right. Yeah. This was a question from chat. They were like, does it go directly into create memo? That might be assuming too much, but that was a great question. Because technically, in solid, what you do is you do create
So that's
memo.
actually an interesting point. Is that we actually copied the await syntax from the Svelte 5 in Ripple to begin with, but it confused every LLM to the end of the world as to why things weren't like waterfalling when you awaited after an await, because
Yeah,
it's
that's not
mechanics
how.
how it should
Yeah,
work. But then it
yeah,
wasn't working out. We were being clever, and so we decided to remove it. And we actually Ripple's asynchronicity works just like Solid 2.0.
makes sense. Yeah, I wrote an article about this a while ago, and I was like really tempted. I was like, I could just compile all of them in, but then it's like that's not how these things work. If you're reading top to bottom, await has meaning. It means this, then this, then this, then this. It's serial, like, and saying promise all is not what you want. This isn't about. It's not about waiting, blocking everything and waiting. You might want those semantics ultimately when it funnels to the UI, but you actually want to be non-blocking. So you actually want things to settle as they can. So interesting. So top level, yeah, sir. What's I just put the await in React. What happens in React? Uh,
It appears not to put it in correctly because it's not in an asynchronous function. Again, another thing we need to fix. But if you obviously move it to the top of
is there an async component?
no, by default it will. If it detects like that's one thing we can do is we can detect if you have an await and make it async. So if you move it into the component like that,
No problem. Yeah,
should make it
yeah.
async.
It's yeah. This is probably something to adjust or stuff because obviously the try catch is like the obvious. But okay, because like okay, yeah. So like it just yeah. So actually, if this is the React transform of this, I'm actually happy that you disabled this in Solid because this is the last thing that anyone actually wants to happen in their components is to actually block the thing. So sorry, just out of curiosity, so how do you guys do async in Ripple now? Just like syntactually?
We have a different API for it altogether. So we don't use await. It's kind of like create memo. We have like a sort of async memo.
Async memo. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay. Cool. Okay. Um yeah. So that answered it and why. So that's cool. So yeah, so await works, but honestly you're probably not going to use it like this anyways. So it's there for yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's there for if frameworks use it. Some frameworks use obviously React has server components that
Yeah.
use it, and so you need it for that. But
Yeah. Okay. Then what else? Okay, so syntactically we talked about control flow. But, I mean these. Okay, we should talk about the destructure operator.
yeah, lazy destructuring. Yeah. So
So so
take it away.
so is there actually an example here? Maybe.
No, it probably is easy to make your own in this one. So
Okay.
it's not super relevant for React because you don't yield much benefit from it. It's really for frameworks that need to keep the reactivity
Right.
in the getter.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, for fun, just make a silly place that consumes them. A, B, C. And if I just put
Yeah.
Which is cool. I didn't realize the token cost was an aspect of this. Obviously, the reactivity preservation is a huge aspect. I like this explicit operator. The reason I like this explicit operator, and I'm going to go a little side tangent here, is because when frameworks, when you get this behavior automatically, when you have like a component, like when you go component greeting and you get this behavior automatically, you're like, sweet, I can just do that anywhere. And you don't realize that when you do something like slightly different, when you go here and then you're like ABC, because that works, and then you go haha, and some other reason you do this, and then like don't get me wrong, you could trace that this came from here from the source, but let's say this was like create store, like some other custom hook thingy store, like you don't know what you're gonna get, and it breaks suddenly. You're like, why can't I just use ABC, right? And the thing is, like, it's because that's not what it is. But the fact that you can just do this now, and get this behavior anywhere where the expectation is makes a lot of sense to me. Right? I love it. It's the right operator too. It's the reference operator in like C, or like the dereference like in C, C+, or whatever. Like it makes perfect sense.
Prior art to using that. There's another proposal from about 10 years ago from a guy called Ron who did the ref proposal, as using the ampersand inside function arguments or object arguments. So, I mean, there's prior research, and that's actually where I got the idea from. When I spoke to him at TC39 maybe a year and a half ago, we kind of mentioned this idea of like laziness, and then it occurred to me like, hey, why don't we bring it to like TSRX? And the thing that's really useful is if you make this a tuple instead.
Yeah, that's what I started thinking about, because you lazy objects are one thing, but okay, I'm making this a tuple instead. S and set, let's say. What are we doing here?
So in this is how Ripple works, but if you call it track here instead of custom thing,
okay,
this is like a signal, and you pass in 0. So this is like count.
Yeah, gotcha.
And maybe make S count instead. We don't need to have the set as an argument. You can actually remove that altogether.
Sorry, is it just this?
You know, it's a tuple still, but a single element in the tuple.
Okay.
And then make it lazy. So add ampersand beforehand. Before the square bracket, sorry. Now that's lazy. Now the cool thing about this is that that's not only lazy for reading, it's also lazy for writing too as well. So I can now assign to that argument, that identifier, and it will be reactive to update. So
I'm just gotta do the classic.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's the wrong classic. Count equals.
I mean that would have worked fine. So you can see that it's lazily doing it there, and that's important because in Ripple, the track is actually a class instance that has a getter and a setter on the property 0.
I see.
So now people can write and read like it's a normal variable.
Right. Oh, interesting. Because why is this? Sorry, why did we make this an array? Because this won't work on a normal variable.
Well, I mean, we made it an array, so it's an object. At the end of the day, if you want to keep reactivity, it needs an object, or it needs to be a function. And functions are technically objects anyway. So, so you need to encapsulate the reactivity in an object. And so we've gone down the route. Let's say in Ripple, the second argument is actually the tracked object again. So you can keep passing around the tracked object if you want, or you can use the reactive value inside it. And maybe it's easy to explore that later on the Ripple playground instead. But that's kind of how it works. But that's pretty cool. So technically, if Solid ever wanted to adopt the same pattern, it could do so by just when it creates a signal, there's a 0 property that is both getter setter, and then you don't need to have the set function and the get function.
Got you. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Interesting. So sorry, I 0, because this is like I'm trying to actually look at what I'm looking at here. Like I get the getter This is not actually a function. It's so we're looking at React. What happens if we do this? Does this do anything? No, this is just part of the core syntax. So this is an object that when we destructure the 0, okay. It's actually like a getter though on the array object for property 0. Okay.
I mean, the trick here is it's not actually an array. It's actually a class that
Right.
is misbehaving as an array.
I see. Okay.
So it's a bit like views value, dot value.
Yeah.
So actually, we offer dot value as well for those who want to use this as part of a longer sequence, because then destructuring isn't as ergonomic when you're having like foo.bar.yard, whatever. You might want dot value. So yeah, so it's essentially a shortcut for dot value. So it's like a nice helper. But the good thing about it is it works. It works really well for the assignment case. And also you remove the need for a function call to read it. So that means you don't have the type narrowing issues that you see.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Sorry, I was like trying to figure it through, but the dot value is the thing, which is cool because it means that without the special, I like this move because Ripple was not always like this. This means without the special syntax, you are still following the fact that it has to be a getter or a function or something. Like it's still it's there. Everyone's going to use the special syntax because it's easy, like shorthand for most things. But without it, it is actually still a thing, which is cool. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, especially this array case with the getter. Because what I would want if what I'd want, I think I still want the separate setter. I think, but if there was a way to,
I mean, in Solid's case, you might want to keep it for the case where you want to use a value that's currently up to date as a function case. But in the most ergonomic case, it's no different from having a mutation because it's localized, isn't it? So you can't,
it
wouldn't escape the component.
Which is key, yeah. Interesting. And then this syntax would just work. Because it would, yeah. The only thing is to get it to work, we'd have to backdoor the setter on the first property, which is, but people should be calling it as a function, and so it should never leak. Yeah, that's actually okay. Yeah, because you know my concern. If I put the setter on the accessor, that's awkward if someone was to ever pass it out of the component. But because our convention is to call it, or this would automatically, count lazy zero it, the setter is never escaping. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Cool. That is very cool. Not difficult to add. Okay. Making mental notes. So yeah, lazy. Okay, but saying lazy destruction, not really destruction, because each access to destructor will get called by you. Yeah. I mean, but you go into that knowing that's why there's an operator there. We're telling you that it's not destructuring. It's like it's part of the definition, right?
It's deferring the destructuring access, essentially. It's a bit like
they're saying to make it real destructuring, it should be memoized, which is technically what we do with our split helper. But I mean, most of the time, that's not actually what you're looking for. You're not looking for the overhead.
It's a bit like live bindings. So live bindings, when you import a variable that's exported from another module, the other module can redefine it and reassign it. And if you import it again, that'll be a different value. But that requires you to invoke a side effect. Technically, this is side effectful because it can have a setter, and that's the reason why it might be challenging for this to become an official part of the language, because the guarantees of when you use const is that count should never really change, right? It's const,
right?
But technically, it is changing. I mean, you would have to make it let here anyway. It would be a runtime error. We should make a runtime error, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So interesting little considerations that come to language, but generally speaking, I like this. I mean, since most primitives on the read side, the only place where this falls apart, I guess it doesn't. I don't know what composition looks like in Ripple. I was more thinking like in Solid's case, like if someone just wraps the accessor in a function call, then suddenly the getter setter destructor won't work anymore. So like you'd have to enforce it almost at like a type level. So like the accessor, like you're saying, like, to be an accessor, you have to have the getter setter property, on it, which is interesting. Yeah, I'll have to think about this a little bit more. But in general, at least on the split props case, this is a very easy
Yeah,
syntax win.
we actually had a split props API too. We removed it because of this. We don't need it anymore. So you can.
Yeah. Because I thought, I didn't realize you guys had gone through that process. I thought what you guys had done was just make everything magical like Svelte, but that was never the thing. Okay.
Yeah, we did to start with. We started off with too much magic. We started with the dollar prefix, and then we went with the ampersand, and then we decided after feedback was like there was a handful of people that loved it, and those are the people that are on the core team right now who contribute to the project frequently. But there was also pushback from many people that, hey, you've bastardized the language with too much magic, and the ampersand clashes with the decorator proposal extension. And also, why are your props magic here when if you take it out and make it a statement beneath, it doesn't work, like you mentioned earlier. So we took a step back and we were like, okay, let's remove the magic, keep it quite simple, and make it purely about the component keyword and lazy destructuring.
I love this direction. Sorry, like the magic. I'm one of those like magic converts me terribly people. So this direction makes me way more excited. I like this a lot. Okay. What do we got here? We got what was I gonna say? We've got. I'm just looking here. Syntactically, is this? Have we covered most of the? Oh, no, we haven't covered. We haven't covered style blocks.
One thing to note as well, you can actually do nested lazy destructuring with inside destructuring, so you can go all out if you want to.
Okay. Just okay. So yeah. So we got a store, let's say, and then we have inside our store we have B and C. Okay, let's do this and C. Yeah, something like this. Did I get the syntax right? I'm just trying thinking. And then what we do is we ampersand the first one, which does it on one layer, right? Right. I have to actually read it to actually see it do the thing, right? So let's go back to our ABC example again. A, B, C. Okay. So okay. What am I doing? So did I get this right? Because do we have to do it like at each level like this? Okay.
Maybe if you try going to Ripple, right, we might have an issue with React, but it should work in Ripple.
Yeah, I see it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what I wanted to see was like what happens if I remove one of these? Does it automatically do the whole thing or?
No, it's explicit, so you have to put it on the level that makes sense for it. So you put it in the bottom one.
All right. Because yeah, that was the one. Yeah, I guess if you put in C without B, it doesn't make any sense. Maybe I'm not seeing any. Yeah,
actually, there could be an issue with some compiler issue, but yeah.
Okay.
These are good. These are like, as we explore this, we're capturing the bugs and.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this makes a. Yeah. Okay. So the top level. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah. So this will be doable in the future. So you can basically lazily access the. If I understand correctly, if I went here, we can lazily access the whole path, independently. So actually, I don't even. How does this even work? Sorry, I'm just thinking because like when you go to C, if I put like getting A will give me that object, getting B will give me that object, getting C, like, is it like going to C? I'll be I'll be triggering B again separately. That's the key part about here. It's separate. Yeah, yeah. So like get A to get B, it will trigger AB. To get C, it'll trigger ABC. Right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Okay.
I think maybe if you try moving it into the props object, there might be like a compiler issue with like the let declaration.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
That's what someone on Teams reported. So we've got
I just want to see if that changes anything.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe ignore that.
Okay, it's all good. It will next time
It will
I
work
try.
eventually tomorrow.
Yeah. The biggest thing. Okay, I'm just. Sorry, I can I use this in production? I have a greenfield project using Solid 2.0. Solid 2.0, I don't know if is production ready. So, I mean, this is an alpha project so far, and Solid 2.0 is a beta project so far. So I think just use your best reasoning.
Yeah. In fact, they should probably use an LLM to generate the whole thing. Then that's setting up for 100% success there. So go for it. What could go wrong?
I mean, we're both actively working on these projects as much. We want to see them succeed. So it's a little bit early to ship production probably on either. But I get started because if your timelines in the next short period of time, these tools are developing rapidly.
Yeah.
So
if the project's called Russian roulette, that's a good project name for that.
But yeah, no, I mean it's a little early, but I think that I think the thing that you should get from this is both in the case of Solid 2.0 and in the case of TSRX, this is a culmination of years of work and research. Like we're still learning stuff, obviously, but you can see in the detail of design of these individual pieces that this didn't just pop up overnight. So I think when looking at this, is there's bugs, as we're seeing like stuff in terms of being untested. But conceptually, I think you'd probably say Ripple's at a TSRX is probably at a fairly decent place in terms of like what the shape of the primitives should be.
Yeah, we nailed the design. We actually have a specification, so people can go up and build their own parsers and tokenize those in like SWC or OXC. And we want that to happen. So the specification works. It's more like we just need to get all the different runtime outputs to work properly. And this is purely it. So the bit that this is quite interesting too, is that the bit that ships as part of core is purely a parser and helper functions. The bit that generates the code that you see on the right is actually down to the individual transformer, which has like a contract with like the core package. So these bugs are all to do with like just lack of tests and lack of coverage inside the different transforms. So as we get through it, we'll fix all the different issues.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, yeah, I mean this. Yeah. No. This is very cool. I feel like I should be taking like a list of notes. Last time you were on stream, I was taking notes on performance, if you remember. This time, I feel like I should notes in terms of the different syntactual categories, because we talked about control flows, we talked about like insert string, we talked about JSX, we talked about like try catch. Is there any style block?
Yeah, so I guess there's three more things. Let's do the style block next. So the really cool thing here is like it's purely CSS, but it's scoped, so you can do like dot container. So you need to put it inside a tag.
Okay.
So, and you can do colon root, and that'll do for like the main. So yeah, container, and you can put like color red or whatever that is, and you should have full syntax highlighting and everything as well. And then the really cool thing is that is like a scope style. So if you apply the div to have the class container, Now the generated, again, let's move back to React again.
React, just so people can see what's going on.
So you can see there's a TSRX tag on that keeps the class scoped.
How do you manage this? Because obviously React code doesn't know what .container is.
Well, our compiler does. I mean, most of this logic, to be fair, was extracted from the work that was happening on Svelte 5's CSS.
Right.
So we've reused much of the same logic. So what we're doing here is essentially capturing the fact that there is.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You're saying like you're like there's CSS here. Okay.
Yeah, and even if you made it like, for example, div instead of container, like it would still work. It would capture the fact there's a div element.
Yeah.
And in the case where it doesn't know, it would add it there just in case. Like it's quite intelligent how it works.
Nice.
But the really cool thing about using a class name is you can actually pass it on to another component. So for example, if we move it back to .container, and then let's make a pseudo child component, composite component beneath the div.
Like inside the div, or
it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Yeah. What am I doing here? I'm just gonna keep it outside because there's no point nesting. You just mean just whatever.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is composition. So what you can do is you can pass, for example, class to that div, and you can say you want to pass on a scoped container, like you want to use that. So you can put in curly braces hash style, and then .container, and now that will pass that as a style. So it will inherit the class, the string that represents it, in there, and pass it on.
I see.
So it's a way of there's other sort of CSS and JS sort of frameworks and stuff like Stylex and Vanilla Extract allow you to compose and pass around styling, so that you can like say to a child component, hey, I want you to be red, but I'm going to control the styling for you being red. And so you can do that and pass that through. Now, obviously, there's a whole group and camp of people that will be using Tailwind, and this won't matter at all to them. But it's still important for those who do want to have this sort of semantics of CSS.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad we asked and talked about this, because I'm looking at this very much from like a syntax standpoint, like categorically syntax, because my thinking is, I know you've made a TSRX plugin for Solid, and that's awesome. A lot of times when new tools come out, we don't get a version, and someone on our side has to maintain or keep it. And I was like, if we ever wanted to update, grow, do more, I'm just curious, like, because I think I'm kind of getting ahead of myself a little bit. I think one of the challenges of this is people worrying about they're like, more for framework authors, it being a moving target. Do you know what I mean? Because like, right now you want people to adopt it, so you've got like plugins for all the different frameworks here, and then as you add features, you add them to all the frameworks, right? But it's like there's like this fear, it's like how much of this stuff is Ripple only or whatever, like and part of that comes down to actually this. I mean, it's the same thing that unfortunately killed JSX in a sense, but coming down to actually deciding where to draw the line on the syntactual scope of things, right? Like style is syntactually different because it contents aren't JSX, they're not, whatever the TSRX language is. They're like this is CSS in here. This hashtag is also another syntactual thing. Obviously, this is language thing. Like what this one means destructuring. What does the hashtag?
You can only use that within a component, so it's contained within a component. So it's special syntax within the component.
So is this specific to style, hashtag style, or is like this hashtag?
So if you in a LSP, when you're in VS Code, you do hash style dot, it will actually tell you autocomplete for the class names that appear in your style.
Okay.
So it will be a compiler error to put something in that isn't referenced as a class name within the style tags. So it's all statically analyzable. It's not a runtime thing.
So we should consider that hashtag style, like this whole symbol, is the syntax.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is there any other hashtag syntaxes, or?
There is one more, but we haven't, and it's hashtag server. So this one.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think this will compile in React, but it will in Ripple. But if you're at the top of the TSRX file, you can do put it onto so you can do hash server, and then you can create a curly brace block, And this is where this code will only execute and run on a server. And what's
Right.
really interesting about it is it doesn't have any access to anything outside of it. So it can have its own imports in here. So you can say import DB from DB, for example. And that's really cool, is it makes sure that this import will only ever be done on the server. The client has no access to it. And you can export an asynchronous function here. Say create user or like get user or something. And you give it a name like get user. And then obviously inside there you can await and like do the database action.
Yeah.
And then over here you do hash server dot get user.
Right.
And that will return a promise. It's an RPC mechanism. But the cool thing is like the client side bundle doesn't have access to anything. Like it doesn't show the source maps. It doesn't have any of that visibility. And the other really important thing is inside the server block, you can't access any imports from the top level module. It's completely isolated to ensure safety and security.
Okay. Yeah. This is actually the reason I was like, these are the kind of things I was trying to get to I was trying to understand, because this is more of me just thinking like as a language design nerd more than anything else, because like this is probably the area that I think is probably the most interesting or possibly contentious thing. Like I get this here because this is an inline module. This is what I was asking, like if this is specifically server, like or this is specifically server. Yeah, I don't know. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm not suggesting that we get to Vercel levels of like use cache, use worker, use whatever. It was just kind of like in my head, the way that specific meaning overloads can be put into the use pragma thingy. That's kind of why I was asking if the hashtag was the symbol or if the whole keyword was the symbol, right? Like
it's the combination of hash and server, so that's a keyword essentially.
Right.
It's a combination of two things. So we have star and server. The thing is, like server, the hash server thing actually isn't inside TSRX.
Okay.
It works here because you're inside Ripple. It's a part of Ripple.
Right.
I think where we want to get to with TSRX is we want to have, and this is if frameworks want buy-in and they want to sit at the table and like use this potentially, that we have sort of a community sort of voting on what features we all agree should be part of the language and which shouldn't be. So I think that's where you have consensus together and say, look, we don't want this, like this isn't useful to us, and etc. Now, there is a features page of this website which does talk about the different bits of syntax we have. There are a few more bits and pieces, and it will say that this doesn't work in a certain language. For example, we have for loops. Well, we didn't cover that today, but we have text expressions, which is another interesting one we didn't cover. But like, so you can inside the curly brace, you can put text. I think it's a bit further down, and then you can specify a value after it, and that's saying to it that I want this to be text. So it will ensure that it gets escaped, and it will ensure performance-wise that it will be optimized as a text node. Now this is a contentious one in JS because when you have something curly braces, it could be anything.
Exactly.
It could be an array. It could be a track. So this is like an optimization where it will ensure that it's a text node.
Yes. Right. Yeah. And yeah, this makes sense. And because I it's funny. Remember in Inferno you had those $ things on the node where you're like basically to inform the compiler. I remember seeing this. That was one of my first times thinking about this level of optimization. Was I was looking at Inferno and there was like $ text only or text children. This puts it in just like a very ergonomic place where it just can kind of give that information, right?
And we have another, it's called HTML just below it. So you can do HTML markup and that will inject, it's like dangerously set in a HTML.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, we don't have the same thing at a per expression level. Like in Solid, both of these have to be done on the parent element, either by text content or in HTML. and I guess it's similar in React. Whereas, this takes me back to was it like Pug or Jade, where we used to be able to denote the exact space, what kind of encoding we wanted.
Yeah. So, and that's useful because you might want to have HTML inside an article
Yeah.
sit next to the other content that isn't HTML. Like you don't want to have the whole element own it sometimes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just creating a div to put HTML in it. It kind of feels wasteful. So there are ergonomic reasons for that, and it's semantically important too for where you have elements that have struggles with content. So, for example, if you want to put HTML inside a table, that has to semantically be a T body, and so like there's a whole bunch of things there. Like how can you inject HTML into a table? Do you do it like what way do you do it, and that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah. So this is the kind of question, right? And I didn't mean to move us here necessarily right away, but yeah, this is exactly the realm. This stuff is an example. This stuff, at least I guess, has a very specific syntax keyword pattern. Because like when I look at this, these are equivalent, and this is a class, and it's within the curly braces, so the class of interpolation, probably fine. I was definitely, it was definitely like when I saw the hashtag, I started thinking like, this is what I was asking is like, this is probably beyond the scope of this stream. I was just thinking, immediately it's like,
point. In fact, let's maybe consider the fact we have the hash style. It could just be a style like you saw with HTML and text. Maybe we should change that to be like that. So below where we're on line 12, we can remove the hash and have style space container or space
Right.
dot container, and that would work semantically the same sort of thing as so that's a good example. That would work better than the hash.
Yeah, this one is interesting because you actually want to link this symbol with this symbol. But then if style isn't used that way and this is a linking, then conceptually, I mean, again, this is when I talk about language generic type thing, you could do this. I don't know if you want to overload hash that way, but what I'm trying to get at is the meaning could come like this is like, I don't know, it's like a named module type thing. Maybe I'm stretching it too far. I'm just thinking like deciding which things are composable and which things are or which things are like a syntactual hint that can be overloaded is an interesting question.
That's a good point. You could have instead of hash server, it could be module space name a module and call it like foo, and then below it'll be like foo.getUser. I mean, you wouldn't need to hash either. You could just like say, and then up the top you would need to hash before the module. Module is actually a keyword I think reserved already in the language. So
you can. It was more of that like, what if more than module you wanted? I mean, and now I'm pushing a little bit too hard. Although I guess technically speaking, if I really wanted to, I could do this, couldn't I?
Yeah. I mean, the benefit of having more than one module is that you could have like a worker one and a server one and something else.
Right. But that's what I was getting at. I was like, because if I wanted to do that, see, I need a place to be able to set the semantics of the specific block, either as part of the declaration, but then, this is just sort of the level that I'm thinking at this out, because I'm looking at unique syntax versus like, this is sort of the brainstorming I'm thinking about here, because this I actually like this now that I'm looking at it, because you could overload it here, but then you'd have to know what this makes it not your concern. You basically just gave a shorthand syntax for inline module. Like in a sense, you're just patching the language. Like, isn't there like?
Well, this already exists. This is actually a thing. Can I send you a link in the private chat?
Yeah, in the private chat, go for it. Yeah, this is what I was
exactly the syntax, yeah.
This is what I was looking for. Stage 2. I mentioned at a conference a couple of years ago that this was like one of the things that I was like most looking forward to shipping, because I was working on Bling at the time, and I was like, man, wouldn't like server components and lazy component, like file system, like there's so many things that like we try and like build these conventions because it's a pain in the ass to handle the bundling of like multiple module things. Wouldn't it be great if you could just do this? And yeah, you're right, this is already a thing. The only challenge is you got to be careful, because if freaking this never passes, or they decide in stage 3 to like completely change the redesign, and then you don't want to tie yourself to the fate of this thing. But like, I kind of like it.
Yeah, so I mean that's why we did bring it to TSRX, because the idea was that we probably bring the module spec in.
Yeah.
So and you know, the thing is, like, if we get frameworks who are willing to like accept this as potentially being something they want to offer, then we're happy to have consensus around what is acceptable for us all to move on regarding syntax, and what to look, for example, what we should remove from today that isn't something that people adhere to. Obviously, the component keyword and what we have for control flow is non-negotiable.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just staring at this, and yeah, I don't know how imports work, if they handle them with the scope, but this is kind of awesome, like kind of really awesome. Because see, the reason I love this is because now you're not messing with my semantics or whatever I choose to use, worker or tan stack, whatever. But you're like, here's a module thing. This is like the right level. But I mean, everyone's got their own preferences. It's fine. It's worth discussion. Yeah, and then here, syntax consistent key. Yeah, see, yeah, this, yeah. So, guy who is about to ship this to production, I guess there's probably still like a couple little places we can tweak here still, but
yeah, I mean, this is good. This is, we're exploring and tuning as we're going through this together. It's good.
Yeah.
I guess the last thing we didn't cover was the for loop, which is I think somebody asked for it in. So yeah, you have index, and then you have key as like the third part of it. So you index enough that you do semicolon key.
Nice.
And then you give the identifier for the key, like ID
or whatever. Yeah. Or I guess would it be? It would be like that item.id?
Yeah, you can do that as well. It's any expression. So.
But would it be off the it's an expression, right? It's not a property on item implied. It's
you can do what you've done there. You can even reference I. So the index is the key as well.
Right. But yeah, okay, yeah. So this is correct. It's not just like I wanted to make sure it wasn't like ID or like this. Like this is not it's item.id. Correct.
Yeah.
Does this work yet? Sorry, Solid's new control flow is designed to. Solid 2.0 probably makes this transformation like a million times easier than 1.0, because 1.0 was kind of terrible here. Yeah. Although, note for your guys, these now are function calls. So like this should be like this and item this on this side. Just small thing, but yeah, generally though, I like this. Yeah. This is tight. Can you also do it like that? Nice. Yeah, there's just I love that there's a 1-for-1 mapping here. Index I guess the only thing that we don't have for mapping is if you actually, you know what though, that works. Sorry, I'm being very solid specific now, thinking of my own use cases. Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. If you want to key by index, you just do this.
Yeah.
Technically, Solid has like a keyed false, which is the same, but like this still actually, this should work slightly. Yeah, but I don't care about those people. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's perfect. Yeah. No, that's all three modes, right? For people who are wondering, key by I is the old Solid 1.0 index component. Key by specific key is the keyed component, and then no key is the for component, as it is. In Solid 2.0, we combined all three modes into a single component, which means that the mapping for this structure is pretty easy. But sorry, I solid hijacked it. Let's look at this in a React sense. All right, so React, when you don't have a key, it automatically keys by index, and
Yeah.
then when we do this, and then we do item.id, it will update it to the proper. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And there's a good reason for that. It's because we removed fragments. Yeah. So normally, if you were returning like two elements, you'd have a fragment, and you put the key on the fragment. But because we don't have fragments, then maybe there's a bug there. But yeah, it's meant to apply the key to essentially a fragment around both. So it's meant to apply it to the fragment. But that's the reason for why we've done it that way. Implicit keys. And also the thing is that everyone keeps
better.
keys.
Yeah. What if there's no yeah, I was gonna ask, what if there is no I? Yeah, okay. So if there's no I, there's yeah, the key is also tied to the fact that I exists. Okay. So the key does go away if you don't ask for the index. Yeah, whatever. I don't care about React. Those guys can go. No, generally, like not in all cases, but almost vast majority of cases, you should be keyed by something. Like you should, yeah. Anyway, it's fine. I guess React keys by index in absent of a key, anyways, doesn't it? Or does it do something weird?
It does. Yeah, it has implicit keys, and then it will moan it with an error in the console.
Oh, right, and this way you can shut up that error. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Who wants that? This is cool because this is like you just map the you just map the actual. It's so funny because React is was the one to introduce the keying to a lot of the people around the world and did it this way. But it's interesting to see the natural evolution of us getting to this as the native syntax for it. As I said, it maps so closely and clearly with like our actual control flow. Like this is the right place to put the key. Let's see if can we do Marco this? No, we haven't got control flow in for Marco yet. I was going to show that the Marco control flow is almost the same as well, built in. How does Vue do this?
We don't support it in Vue yet.
Oh, okay. And then actually, I lost my example.
Yeah.
I lost my example. What if I?
Someone's added it. That's great.
Oh yeah. So, So I never actually tested. So key in V4 actually works the same way as. That's good. So React's the only weird one putting the key on the children. We might have lost it. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think Marco's not there yet. Yeah. But yeah, so Vue's good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess Preact 2 is going to be on here, but it's kind of funny. This is one of the coolest things about having one of these tools at your disposal. I remember when I was playing with JSX Lite that came in Mitosis, it was like sitting here and doing the exact same thing, and then looking how kind of like straight, like kind of concepts that we've kind of like evolved over the years map to each framework and how similar or different they are. Like we're like every loop component, as except for React, which puts the key on the item, has basically this form, right? A way of introducing the item, introducing the index in, and a way of the key expression on the actual loop itself. Interesting. Anyway.
Yeah, and for clarity as well, we don't support for loops, standard for loops or while loops. We only do for of, and that's a conscious decision. We didn't want to bloat with too many different ways. And also, with a for loop, it gets confusing. Then, do you expect continue and break to happen? The answer is no. You cannot use continue and break. It will not tell you it's not allowed because that doesn't make sense in the control flow of a template.
Sorry, I'm gonna go back to React here. I want to see the hoisting again, just for fun. So items.map, and then to do statement block hook 1, which is here, and then we create our subcomponent per item, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it creates it once and it uses it, and then it will call into that component belief that Yeah, passing
Oh,
item.
sorry, I'm not saying it. It's literally one function. Yeah, my bad. It's one function hook. This expression runs for each function in the map, but it'll return the one from the 0th element and then run it. Got it. Yeah.
And then it passes in the props as the
Yeah.
things in the scope.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So automatically handles passing in. Yeah. This is why I pulled this example out specifically, because I wanted to see it do this. React makes you do a lot of jumping through hoops where in other libraries it's almost like a straight one for one map over, just a little bit tighter. Yeah. Yeah. This is what I was trying to tell people a bit when we were first talking about it, because I was like, like technically you could do this in Solid. I just don't see people do this a lot. They don't, like, you can actually see it right now in this exact example why this is like feels short and compact. As soon as you're adding state here, now it's a return statement. Part of this is prettier JSX formatting nonsense. So like maybe if I just put item in here, it wouldn't look quite as bad. But it definitely feels a lot chunkier to go in here and write statefulness inside your this. This is completely legal. You can completely do this, but there's something nice about that, like how slim it is. Okay. Is there any other syntax stuff, or should we like go see what chat's going on about right
No,
now?
I think that's largely it. I mean, and I need to head off in about 15 minutes anyway. So
Yeah. So let's um let's get some questions from chat. This is a good time to field those questions and ask Dominic about anything you've seen today. Honestly, this is pretty interesting. How keys interact. I'm just going back up. There's questions. Key by index has unresolved reference error. What nicer syntax? Because people bug reporting. Are there any? You already asked the question. Are there any other loops? It's, no. Recursive render. We astro.self. I don't think you need that in this. Reason astro.self exists. It's the same reason that single file component systems have this problem. They don't name themselves. Whereas if you want to render yourself, you have component to-do list, right? You
just
could just
reference your own component name. Yeah.
like there, don't need it. Continue makes sense for early return. Meh. Or it makes. Oh, people are just arguing about continue and break. Of course they are. It's the same early as used. Okay, it makes sense without the other. I mean, I what would that even do? If you put a return statement in a for loop, what would that do, or is that just an error?
I mean, the thing is, like, there is a collection at that point. So there's a reconciliation process in every framework that is moving from one collection to the other.
Yeah,
You suddenly return halfway through it, then you're essentially saying, I'm hot wiring, there's no more rendering of the entire array. But
yeah,
that conceptually to a human is very complicated, because the difference here is that generally in a loop, you're imperatively doing something. It's not like a map where you're returning something, you're imperatively doing something. So returning out of it means that it gets very irky with the control flow. The reason we have early returns and components is a shortcut to avoid. It's essentially like an if block.
yeah,
But you have nested ifs. People don't like that. So obviously you have early returns, and that it allows for cleaner code. So we're trying to promote cleaner code. I don't know how a continue would work, for example, in a for block at all, because what does that mean with keys? Does that mean I'm going to skip a key and never visit it again? And like,
I mean, yeah, it's. I guess this is the one challenge when people are looking at this as a for, in a sense, because it is kind of a map. Like you are dealing with a collection, so there's no continue in a map function callback. right? And the return is the return value. So like continue here makes as much sense as it does inside a map, like a calling dot map.
Yeah, I mean, truth be told, we didn't actually want to use the return at all in our component. We wanted to use a different keyword. We landed on return because it has the most symbolic connection.
And it does leave, so I guess it's semantically correct because like the yield is wrong because you expect continuation. Like return actually, like that's the end of it, right?
I mean, maybe it's something we can explore. I mean, for our point of view, like these we're alpha for a reason. Alpha means that we're not there yet. Like these discussions are good to have. Probably better having GitHub in a discussion thread where we can spend hours thinking about it rather than 2 minutes on a stream. But like, yeah, it gets complicated because then what about break? Like, if you're going to support continue and return, you might want to support break. What does that do? And what about what do we need to now provide like a tagged label to our for loop so we can break out the nested for loop to the alter? Then it gets silly.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, the nested returns, I guess I could see an argument. Someone in chat was saying that in .map, the return is the continue. So you expect that like from that block, like if you wanted to have an early return, that iteration of the loop would map to whatever you have put in up to the return. I could see that argument.
I think that might work. I think returns might work inside a for loop. It's just continue and break.
Exactly. Yeah, I think continue and break, or I actually think return could make sense. Yeah. Please guard scope creep. Keep clean. Yeah, no, exactly. This is why I was even asking about the stuff from conceptually from a language thing. It's not just the runtime aspects and complexity. It's actually even looking at keeping the set of syntactual patterns at a minimum, to the point of being able to like each one having a clear type of purpose and not like introducing a bunch of unnecessary overloads. That's a consideration too. Would an item in a loop be an accessor in Solid? Yes, it should be. I think the compilation isn't quite right, but it should be. I think we let's ask Dominic some other questions that aren't related to how returns work. Chat's like really eating up the no, it's fine. Return in a loop probably makes sense, but continuum breaks do not make sense. So this is the other fun part because it always takes chat like a minute to catch up to the conversation. Would it be possible to have something style import blast CSS and still have it? Is that valid CSS syntax? I'm not actually clear.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, I don't believe we support that today. It gets confusing as well because then you need to consider where you're importing things from and the bundle and everything. Because we do generate a CSS bundle, to be clear. So all these get scoped out to a CSS bundle for production, but in dev, obviously, we do sort of a hot reloading compliant injected V thing.
I actually want to add, would it be possible to interpolate style? That's another fair question.
As in take a traditional style tag and...
They want to know if they, like, I think what they're asking is, can they put like, can they do like, I don't even know if this actually might already, they're wondering if they can probably do something like, I don't know, dot container color something here, like red, like not like variable.
Where are you showing this to me? Sorry.
Oh, I'm right. I'm not sharing my screen. Sorry, let me flip over here. I think they mean like if is it possible to like have holes so you could like
take... No. So we encourage the usage of CSS variables for this because these get compiled out statically to a CSS file. If you start doing runtime based stuff like that, then you need to do sort of style components and injecting styles into your page. Or you can be clever and try and generate CSS variables from it. But we decided that To keep it simple, just follow best practices and use CSS files.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's a fair simplification. Before CSS variables, this was like a very hot feature, but the complexity that comes in, yeah. Um, what was I gonna say? No, won't solid need different type checking if the item's an accessor? I don't think so. The accessor is only in the hidden code. The user sees the code where they access item directly. I actually do have a question here because we started the stream here, and I think this is on a lot of people's minds because I almost called the title of the stream "You're Missing the Point" about TSRX originally, because even when I first started writing about this, I was very much focused on the ergonomic benefits that me as a human would like in terms of scoping, blocking, and all this stuff. And we did talk about this a little bit at the beginning, but just maybe we should recap on this, especially towards the end to kind of close off. Why is TSRX relevant in the agentic coding era?
Yeah, sure. So we, under getting started, but no, so the homepage of the website, we linked to an article that talks about context. So it's the homepage. If you click the logo,
Okay.
if you scroll down, there's an article that links to it. So there you go, lost in the middle. And so there is a lot of research that shows that keeping things co-located and close to the usage site yields far better outputs for large language models. And in particular, we've done some benchmarking that shows that using TSRX yields far better output than comparatively to TSX and other sort of languages today. In terms of TypeScript languages, we didn't compare it to like Marco or, for example, Svelte. We just compared it React to React using TSRX and TSX because let's face it, that's the largest framework around. That's a good benchmark to have, and it shows that we excel in that output, and we use fileless tokens because the typically from having conditional hooks and all the other things that you get from using TSRX, it means that you co-locate your code next to where it's used. And the benefits from that mean that humans are able to read it better, which actually translates to machines reading it better. So if you combine the things together, you end up having better output. Your agentic workflow yields better results. You use less money by not having as many tokens used. So it's win-win essentially. And so we've seen like big wins from this. And when you put the benchmarks out, it will prove, and hopefully people can run it themselves and they can validate for themselves. We've been using it against Opus, and we've been using it against 5.4. It might be 5.3 actually. And we'll update it to use later models and keep comparing. But yeah, it's looking really positive. So we're confident that the TSRX is designed for the agentic region. And the thing that was, I kind of go back to your point at the beginning, why now? Why do we do it now as well? It's because now is like the time when this actually makes more sense than ever. 3-4 years ago, the desire to have a replacement for TSX was very minimal because people were handwriting all their code. And now very few people write code at all. It's all done by agents. So we've transformed how we work. And so that requires a better set of tools. And that's the reality of today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to me, this is actually the bigger piece that I think might be missing, that people are missing here is, and it aligns a lot with what I've been talking about structure on the runtime side, right? And I've been working effortlessly trying to enforce semantics from, like, you declare intent and you get exactly what you expect. Things can't shift from that. This is the more loose the model is, the more you leave it open for agents to make mistakes. And if you have a language that makes it super clear to express intent, that you can understand from looking at it exactly like what the scope is, this ties to this change. When you can give it the language that it can tell at writing time and not at runtime, you've jumped a whole like level there. Like it's like TypeScript. TypeScript is a perfect example of like how typing helps us in the IDE go like, hey, this isn't right, even as we're typing it. What if it's more than that? What if structurally you can't write the bad code because the language doesn't let you write it. Like it's literally written, like it's encoded into the structure of the code that like either errors from compiler or you write the right thing structurally. That would have a huge impact on AI. And the thing, if you guys are watching before Dominic joined the stream, that was what kept on getting repeated back to me from Opus 4.7. It just kept on saying, stronger signal. We need a stronger signal. And they don't mean like signals runtime. They mean like a stronger indicator that when they do something, that they should be guided a slightly different direction. I think DSL based way of approaching this is actually very natural. And sorry, I got on my own soapbox here. But I think this is very, very interesting. I'm going to talk about it more actually after Dominic leaves. So please, I shouldn't use this time all on this. Is there any more questions that we can throw at Dominic before he has to go here in a couple minutes? Let me see. We've got some comments. I'd like TFs to be a framework independent standard for writing components. Very hyped. That's awesome. Oh yeah. Thumbs up, like, subscribe, so more people will view this video. It makes a real difference, honestly. So more people come and see this interview. Comment, thumbs up. It actually, getting that earlier on the video will make a huge difference. What we got here. Is there any value for a pure JS runtime for TSRX? I mean, I'm kind of interested what you mean, Brandon, but I don't know. What's your take on that, Dominic?
I mean, that was Ripple eventually at the beginning, right? I mean, the truth is, like, by expanding it, everyone gets the benefit, and the ecosystem behind it is greater than its parts, you know? So it's better this way, I feel.
Yeah, because basically all JavaScript frameworks are pure JS in a sense that they have a mechanism to write, like they're using JavaScript to write it. If Ripple would be the most direct example of this, because it literally, its abstraction is the templating language. So the most minimal performant way you could approach it would be what Ripple has done, right? In terms directly the language specific. There might be other features that aren't in Ripple or vice versa, but like the actual, if you're mapping language to that, and most frameworks have a similar mapping already in them. So like, you know, like the for component we talked about. So I'm not. That's what I meant. I wasn't sure what you meant by pure JS runtime in that sense, so to speak. Because I think this is one of those interesting places. Sorry, and I don't want to tend it again too far, but you know, like this kind of thought out there that like, why do we even need frameworks at all, right? We'll just write everything in plain JavaScript. Why do we need templating language? You know, something new for the AI to learn. It can, you know, the DOM exists. We have the tools built into the platform. Why don't we just let AI use what it already knows? Do you have anything to say to that, Dominic?
No, I mean that's how I summarize it too. Like, I mean, the truth is AI is like we don't know what's going to happen next week with AI. Like, the rate of development and change, the impact it's had on GitHub and all the tools we use every day is profound. So that we just have to adjust to make sure we're keeping relevance and making sure that we are able to still ship things that we feel are like important. But yeah, I mean, I can answer some of the comments too. I mean, one of the comments about Ripple and attributes and properties, that's a discussion we're currently having right now. At the moment, it works very much like Svelte 5 in terms of like how they model the prop to the attribute. There is no special syntax to be an attribute or prop. I'm not the biggest fan of web components, so you never really get too much love from me there. But I think we do want to do something along those lines in terms of providing something to that audience. And yes, Ripple is good in benchmarks. I think it's still the best. I don't know. We've not done it for a while. Maybe it's changed a bit since we added async. But there is the JS framework benchmark. You can find Ripple on there too. But TSRX has been primarily about just much more the sort of compiler API and sort of the packaging up of a compiler and parser and making it available to people and making good documentation and tooling so that people can go off and build I mean it today. If anyone wants to, if you have a framework that you're building, you can go off and make your own compiler for it using TSRX. There's nothing stopping you. Generally speaking, most LLMs will have a good job using the React one as a template. That's what open source is all about. Try it out and let us know if you run into any issues.
Yeah, I think this is a good place to end off then. TSRX, I like this comment here. It's a huge leap forward for web development and will reduce friction to move away from React in the long term. So thanks a lot, Dominic.
Yeah,
I feel similarly. So thank you for joining us today.
yeah, I appreciate it.
Any other shout outs or things you want to say before you head off?
No, just shout out to the Ripple team for helping make this happen, making sure that we've been able to do this in a very short time. This took, I'd say, 10 days to take this out of Ripple to get to where we are. That's how quick it went. So massive respect to those people, and also the people that contributed as well on GitHub and filled in issues and filled in bug reports and added pull requests to make sure that we've got to where we are today. Still lots more work to happen, as you saw from the bugs in the demo, but that's what software engineering is about. If we didn't have bugs, then we wouldn't have jobs. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us today, Dominic. And you have a great one. Until next time, looking forward to seeing what you do next. And in the meanwhile, I'm going to be playing around with TSRX a little bit more. I'm very excited by the potential here. So yeah, we're going to let Dominic go, and
Sure.
the stream will continue for a bit, but have a good one. Bye. All right. That's pretty awesome though, eh? As I said, I'm concerned that people might be missing the point here. The AI angle is actually a very important angle. It was actually, I was sitting there. I talked to Dominic a week or so ago, and I was like, after I wrote my article, we were just chatting about the ergonomic stuff, and I thought about it a bit more, and I realized that my whole aversion had been that silly thing around the strings, the having to wrap the strings. I know it's like the silliest thing, but people get hung up on the silliest of things like that. And I realized once I got past that, I was like, no, everything about this actually makes a lot of sense. Obviously, you're gonna have little concerns about like we were looking at that hashtag server and hashtag style and certain pieces like that, but generally speaking, the language seems very well thought out, and seems like it has the right level of syntactical hooks, along with not overreaching on the feature side too far, which is important. It's very tempting when you have a compiler to do whatever the hell you want, and in a sense with Ripple they probably did a bit, but being able to pull back and respect at a more general way is going to be the differentiating factor with TSRX moving forward. So I think it's really, really quite interesting. Yeah, first impressions matter. You can't copy paste to HTML because of double quotes. People will complain. Yeah. But it's not in HTML, and this kind of owns that. That is probably the biggest friction for people, right? Coming from that HTML kind of perspective. Which is fair, but then again, what? When should we stop getting in the way of ourselves for approaching something that could be arguably better? Yeah. Could TSRX ever be the default for solid? Possibly. I think there's parts of it that are interesting. I think the biggest thing that would be important for me on this consideration largely comes into how it feels about the language extension side of things. As we saw today, if getting rid of the hashtag special keywords and handling module generically would be compelling piece for me personally. I don't know if there's other aspects of it. I could definitely see that. This is an area that I've written about tons over the years, but I haven't actually ever spent the time supporting. There's specifics in our JSX compiler, and you have to consider SSR and stuff that obviously makes this a challenge. If Solid was to take this on as its default, I don't think it would be as simple as like what Dominic has there. I think we would have to take it on. Like we'd have to probably own the plugin. But I could be fine with that. I mean, it's on my list as well as the OXC JSX possibly rewrite. I think OXC is getting to a point that it might be compelling to look at in terms of replacement for the Babel plugin. I think it's interesting. I think if you watch the first part of the stream where I was literally sitting there and hitting, like, just AI getting choked up by syntax is really unfortunate when the underlying runtime modeling guarantees are just so strong. And I mean, I don't know if I should trust Opus completely, but what the AI was saying was like, it doesn't matter if you give us warnings or all this stuff here, tell us what to do. We're just going to ignore you, generally speaking, unless you like really like bash it over our heads. And that just feels like not a fun place to be. Because as I said, Solid's runtime on the other side has incredible guarantees, has like incredible consistency. The whole design of designing it's not a language, but designing the primitives in such a way that you can describe intent so cleanly is very, very powerful. Because like the thing that you don't see with it, TSRX or whatever is like, like R is pending or whatever, like semantics around the actual behavior runtime of transitions. And this stuff isn't syntaxless, like the fact if like in React, let's pull up let me pull up the Ripple playground again. I'll show you what I'm talking about here for a sec. Well, we talked about features. Let's go to the playground again. Like, I guess they're not messing with React semantics here. Like I was more talking about like the destructuring thing, right? Because like what I was trying to get at is it doesn't actually matter. Let me pick a custom source. So that's what you call it. Okay, let's just remove the body of this component and remove whatever. It's called button. We don't care. If you have, state, set state in React, right? So you have useState, right? And you call somewhere else in here, we have div, whatever, do on click. I know this is like hilarious because I'm in a button called component. I mean, a component called button. So it's like, what am I doing here? But let's just for fun put, something like sets. Actually, let's make it a function here. And let's go something like set state 1 console.log state, right? We know from our React experience that this is 0, right? But this is why it's important to kind of keep this separated. If we were looking at that thing Dominic was talking about, like where like if we supported something like this, like I don't even necessarily want to support this, but like pretend now this was creates signal, like I have to think about this a bit, but if we support this and now suddenly we had the ability to be like state equals what was it, 1 console log state. In Solid 2.0, this is also 0. So there's a question of how far you want to mask the mechanism. This is probably a step too far. We would never go to a setter API because we have wrapped rights, right? We have transitional rights, they're batched, right? So like, but it's this sort of consideration, these mechanisms, like at least like this is an operator, it doesn't care about how you do state. So like this, it's fine, right? If we wanted to like A, B, this is fine. technically this is fine because you're just applying that operator, but would that be a pattern is a whole other question. And it doesn't make sense for it to be a pattern here, for example, for solid. So there's still a whole, Ripple's actually doing a decent job of not being opinionated about how your state management works, and for that reason, I think this is compelling, interesting, because one could argue is once you, sorry, I meant TSRX is not as opinion. One could argue that if everyone just starts picking up TSRX, then why wouldn't they just migrate to Ripple, the most natural form of this templating language? Are we just paving an upgrade path where people go from React or Solid or Vue or whoever adopts TSRX to Ripple ultimately? And I don't actually know that's the case. Yes, in a sense, Ripple is the most direct mechanism for leveraging the templating. You can tell like their output literally is built for this. But then again, you don't actually see what the solid code generates. Because if I took this code and go into Playground, right, and I did this instead, refresh again. How many updates are there? Okay. And I went into Playground again and looked at the output. I mean, this is still pretty direct. I like in terms of we're just creating a signal and then we're cloning a template and adding a click handler on it. So like I'm not actually that concerned about that because there's still all the differences, like these sort of differences, like the async semantics differences. There's this. I don't think this templating oversteps. I was worried when I saw hashtag server potentially, but this templating does seem like it's to its point and it doesn't necessarily overstep what we need from it. I think requiring strings in quotes for strings in JSX is a good thing. Yeah. HTML problem can solve via plugin via autoconvert on paste. Yeah. You also can't copy paste HTML string to React. I don't think people really care. No. There's like a certain bunch of people who are like purists for the platform, and I can respect that. It's just like this is why the platform can't be too opinionated, because the higher the abstraction level the platform gets, the more awkward it gets for people to continue to make better abstractions. I have no doubt LMs will get syntax without much trouble because it's consistent with simple enough language and enough different not to confuse JS or HTML. Yeah, I think so. Hey Ryan, what was to your gap becoming beta and release and solid 1.9? I mean, so upcoming beta release. The beta release is already out. Honestly, I had to iterate through two different reactive systems. I started working on Solid 2.0 right after Solid Start release, and Solid 1.9 came out like September 2024-ish, I think. So yeah, what did I do right after 1.9? I first did a store rewrite. I rebuilt the reactive system on top of reactively, then realized that lazy was not what we wanted, switched to R3, built a new transition system. It was just a lot of experimenting and working through the APIs and designing the async system. It actually took about a year, to be fair. And I was good with it fall, like around September 2025. Except then I realized that I wanted to make async implicit and make everything async. And that took me another 3 or 4 months to update on that. But yeah, it was just a huge amount of work into reactive design. These things just take time when you're kind of like only a couple people really working on the problem space. It's funny because TSRX and Ripple, like this last push has been really quick for them. Dominic's been building a version of this since before he joined the Svelte team. Do you know what I mean? Like this has been a long term coming. It just that's just basically it. I mean, if you've been watching the streams, you know exactly what I've been doing this whole time. As soon as you go having be like you realize React was right all along with props over attributes. Interactive apps want interactive API, class name value, default value. Yeah. This has been a really hard thing because you have to cater to the platform to a certain degree. Props are where you want to be in general, but on the DOM, actually attributes are where you want to be if you want to support stuff like the platform, like web components. If web components never came out, we could have got away with everything being props. Web components pretty much screwed us there, but I mean, that's what web components are best at. Brian Florence wants to use CS in all docs because he wants to give you a snippet of code that just works. TSRX is a huge enabler for all frameworks. Yeah. I think the CS enabling is something we're not used to in React. Vue and Svelte have had that for years, though. TSRX, well, the framework interop story is a nice story. It's challenging. I think it could be done, but I think it'd be expensive. My interest in TSRX is I don't care about that. Dominic obviously cares about that because he's the author and he's trying to paint the story in a migration thing. If we were to adopt TSRX, it would just be so that you could make the best solid stuff you could make. Yeah, and a lot of people are just going to use Tailwind anyways. Yeah. This is what I was talking about overstepping. Context is not TSRX's responsibility. It could be Ripple's responsibility, but it's not TSRX's responsibility. There's nothing about this that suggests any idea of what context should be. Context in Solid will just work with this. Like that's the thing. This is literally just a templating language. It looks like see, if we were to take this first class, we wouldn't be outputting like solid JSX here to get transformed again. We would just we'd go from here straight to here, right? So like, yeah, I don't think, if you have special keywords for components, why not have special signal keyword? It's hard to decide where to stop. But what's the signal? I mean, it's really easy for me to decide where to stop here. It's the same reason. Yeah, you know why it's easy for me to decide where to stop here? JSX was an easy line for me because I left JavaScript and now I am in JSX land, right? Where it's thing. The problem is if you infer state semantics on this is like what I was talking about here. If you infer the state semantics, you're going to hit frameworks are going to disagree. What's beautiful about the component keyword is it's literally just saying this block is a template. It's like an explicit thing. This is as clear as JSX. That means inside this block, the rules of TSRX extend. It has nothing about states. It is purely syntactual. It has like I guess there's some semantic stuff on like if statements and for loops. But what I'm trying to get at is it does not care about your state. It does not care about your context. It's just a template. Pretend this keyword was template, like for all intents and purposes. And that's a better way of thinking about it. Sorry, I'm like 7 minutes behind chat. Yeah, sorry, chat. Now I'm catching up. You guys like stopped. You guys did the burst like 7 minutes ago, and now I'm finally caught up. Have you noticed the VS Code landing page has been showcasing solid code for a bit now? No, I have not been in VS Code. What? This is news to me. I use VS Code. I used to use it a ton. What do you mean? You mean the VS Code? This is, you don't mean the welcome page, do you? Or do you mean like I have not? I don't see how CSX goes out with support style merging, which is one of the main advantages of thing. Tailwind. Yeah, he showed component composition. I'm not sure about this. That being said, if you can support, like, you don't have to use it even if this is a tool. I guess there's a question if style is like overstepping a little bit because people want to do stuff. That's why I like him being not ambitious, like not having interpolation and styles and stuff, because it's like you really want to do the bare minimum that's like defensible here. What was your thought process using control? Because native map is not what you want. It's not what any framework wants. React can be like, it doesn't matter that much, but think about native map means. It means you are regenerating the VDOM nodes for everything in that map function. Sure, you're probably just going to call a component, which means you're just generating one node. But map means there's no break or continue in map, like we talked about earlier. So map is, and it reruns stuff that doesn't need to rerun. So at minimum, you need a memoized map or a smart map that only runs the things that you want to run, especially in something like Solid where we don't do diffs. You need a memoized map. Native map is no good. And once you move away from native map, it's like, do you actually want to be writing map, or why wouldn't you just use a component? Like, map is not a native syntax. If it was a for, I would compile that because I could analyze it. But .map has nothing, is not analyzable. Like, sure, you could say like, I look for things that say .map on the end, but it is not, the .map on an array is different than .map on an RX observable. Like, it's just a function called map. So from that perspective, your choices are special map function or special component. And for me, special component's no brainer, right? Would you ever use tagged over a keyword? I'm not quite sure. Keyword. Oh, you mean like just like as like instead of a function call for templating? I'm not sure. I actually saw a project that did that. Not sure. Okay, let's shift up gears a little bit here because I think I have this still full screen. I think the AI angle after like is very interesting. I think that there's something very complementary about TSRX compared to what I worked on Solid. It's like Dominic's worked on the part that like he worked on everything, so don't get me wrong, but this is like a collection of all the things that I don't work on and that we haven't pushed in the Solid ecosystem. These are all like, we've worked on like rich async semantics. We've worked on like obviously fine grained rendering, reactivity, performance. We've worked on obviously the whole use server thing, patterns for isomorphic rendering, you know, like server functions came out of the Solid ecosystem, single flight mutation. Like we've done a whole bunch of work on mechanics and architecture while doing almost zero work on syntax. It's kind of why I got into JSX. I was like, sweet, taken care of. Don't need to worry about linting, code completion. There's, I mean, linting we still have to worry about because of other reasons, but generally speaking, the tooling came for free. So could focus on the problems that I felt really mattered. TSRX walks in and being like, look, here's that stuff that you could never find the time to prioritize. And we're just handing it over to you. This is interesting to me. It's very compelling from that perspective because it's exactly the stuff. It's like very complimentary. It's exactly the stuff I never cared to take on ourselves, you know? Do you keep up with upcoming frameworks? Are you looking to Fresh for the Dino team to the problems? I mean, yes, I definitely will do that. We covered Fresh about 3 years ago. We have a stream on this. They've done updates. They're HTML partials, so maybe it's time to come back around on Fresh again. But I do believe that there is a live stream on Fresh. God. I think it had the lemon on it. Yeah, first look at Fresh. God, this is before I set up the backdrop. Let's see, when was this? Do we have the exact date? July 8th, 2022. So almost 4 years ago. But yes, I have not been. Them and Remix seem to be on a certain path with partials and minimalism, which I can respect. But it's not solving in a problem space that I particularly spend a lot of time thinking about. Here's the Fresh stream. Anyway, let's it's probably, we've talked a lot about TSRX. I think, will TSRX solves type narrowing issues? Yeah, right? I mean, because no, it will not completely. See, it would solve it if we did something like this. This is why I was talking about, like, could this work? Could we make it only the getter? If we made it only the getter, then this wouldn't work, because this would be the getter, and yeah, do you know what the, because and then you'd be assigning to a getter, so this would fail. So that would work, and then we would do like set state 1, right? Yeah. So to answer your question, I think this is how we'd handle it, right? We would do lazy access on it, but yeah, I think this is how we'd handle it. So we'd keep the tuple, and this would just be a way of doing this. And then in this case, I don't know how the TypeScript works for this. I don't actually see, I guess because we're not importing it. There's a good question of how this determines the TypeScript, but I'm assuming that if this infers the type of the getter T, so like if we type the array that we returned with yeah, I wonder how this works. If this works with TypeScript, then yes, because what you would end up with is state would be type number, not type access or number. So yes. So if it is possible that this could do that. That being said, 80%, using the 80-20% rules of Solid's TypeScript narrowing issues go away just simply because of the way we handle async. We have non-nullable async. So generally speaking, it doesn't help with narrowing like circle versus shape or something, but it means null is not a problem anymore, because you're probably not going to have very many null things anymore. So everything's access or number. So like, I would say Solid 2.0 solves 80%, and TSRX has the potential of solving the other 20%. I don't know if has much changed from around Angular 1920 time period. That's the last time I looked at it. I guess there's been some new proposals. I think the biggest challenge for me with Angular has always been just the sheer mass of APIs. Just because there's just a lot. Like when they add resources, they add like HTTP resource, this resource. Like they mushroom it out so that everything has a special place, and you have directed guidance to exactly the right tool you need for your job, which is like a choice, but it means that it's like it always seems insurmountably large for me to approach. I will have like people like Minko or Pavel or Alex and on stream, and we'll talk about the mechanics. I'll have Brandon on stream. We'll talk about the mechanics. When working through specific stuff with Angular. But personally, I haven't spent very much time with it. Yeah, the syntax here is just a clever destructuring. If I just I don't think this really works for us, because we'd have to use it like this, because otherwise, if the array getter, it would expect to return a function. So like, yeah, I don't know. Lazy, well, because you don't know when you want to destructure or not. I covered this earlier when Dominic was on stream. Like you could use the component keyword as a hint, but otherwise we don't know. Like, we mean, okay, component keywords means we can destructure props, but how do we know that this should be a destructure? Like lazy, or this, or like is every single object, or I mean, I guess it's an interesting question. Within the scope of the template scope, should syntactically anything that looks like a destructure just be one? Like, should automatically lazy like everything? I mean, that's the other approach, because you know that you have the scope. Without the scope, that would be way too prohibitive for JavaScript. It's a question. Signal forms, resource stuff hasn't changed much. Signal form is quite cool. Yeah, I mean, to me, signals forms is like a library, right? Like, I view stuff at like a different. I think it's because I view stuff at a different level. Can I actually, you know what? Maybe I have a good example of what I mean by that. Just a second. I wanna pull out something here. Just kind of what I mean, because I've been really excited, obviously, for Solid 2.0, as you guys all know. But like, Sarah opened a PR which pulled reference docs from the JS docs, because we've done a really good job with 2.0 beefing up the JS docs. But I didn't really like the categorization, so I went through and to help us organize the docs into categories. And what's really cool about this is it shows the complete API surface of Solid Signals, and Solid Web in one document. And after I saw this, I was so happy. And this kind of goes, I know you're like, what does this have to do with Angular? It kind of explains the mindset here. This covers, and we're going to ignore the advanced section for today, so to speak. This covers the whole API service of all of Solid here. So canonical reference pages, full doc, primary nav, reactivity, create signal, create memo, create effect, and then create optimistic, untrack, flush, latest is pending. So this is the, like, when you're learning Solid, you need to learn create signal, create memo, create effect, create optimistic, untrack, flush, latest is pending. And then for stores, create store, create projection, create optimistic store. And then these are like slightly more advanced. Reconcile, merge, which is for like props, and omit. Life cycle, we have onsettled. And then also we mentioned the whole action and refresh mechanism. And then for component context, we have children, create context, and use context. Lazy and dynamic, and create unique ID. Then we have our JSX components. For, show, switch, error, loading, repeat, reveal, portal, dynamic. And then we have render, hydrate, render to string, the different render to string methods, is server, is dev. That's it. That is all of Solid 2.0's API surface, basically. There's advanced stuff like owner, run with owner, create root, get observers, dispose. There's like render effects, reactions, tracked effects, is refreshing, deep snapshot, store path, is wrappable. The function forms of all the JSX components like map, array, repeat. They're just functions. Some hydration components, enable external service, flatten resolve. These are internal to children, the not ready error, the dev diagnostics. But like essentially, if I'm like, here, come learn solid, for almost everyone, this is the set of tools that they need to learn about. We've collapsed, and most of these things don't even have options. Like they have an options object, but the option bag is like set a name for dev or something. Like this is a very tight set of primitives. You might be like, okay, well, there's create store versus create signal, and create protection versus create memo, and create optimistic version of store and of signal. Those I couldn't reduce any further, but comparatively, this is a very, very tight list. And why I said this is just kind of like a philosophical difference here, I think, is that like the goal has been basically to make the smallest number of these without options, basically not flexible but adaptable, and identify exactly what the least number of different shaped Legos you need to build your ship. And you might not even use all the Legos. You can still just keep on using that rectangular block to, create signal till the end of the world. But this is basically, from a teaching perspective, I can teach people solid to completion with this list. Like you could argue that the list could be smaller or whatever, but this list handles every major concept in solid with async. Angular's APIs only grow due to backwards compat. And part of it's because when you're opinionated or flexible, two very dangerous things, being opinionated and being flexible. I know it seems like those are at odds, but when you have both of those qualities, your APIs will expand out exponentially. And when you have to go in and change stuff, you're also going to have to support all the degrees of flexibility and all the different opinions. It's just a combinatorics problem. Create resource was too much for solid. Like it was the best I could do with the pieces I had. But now we've broken create resource up even further, and we need even, and what makes me happy is I think even though we've gone smaller, the readjustments, we have just as many or less pieces now, which is really elegant from a design standpoint. That's kind of been my goal here, so to speak. You think it's so frustrating because many episodes run so it looks very clean. I mean, it takes a while to do this, and I've had one of the benefits of being small and not having adoption is that we have some adoption, is that there's some flexibility. Luckily, if you approach this from a solid 1.0 perspective, you already had these three. So we added this one, kind of replaced like use transition and use deferred effect. And so you already had, this is batch. These were on create resource technically, but there isn't actually that, because we kept the pieces small. Create projection is brand new, and create optimistic store is brand new. We had these, we tightened it up a little bit. Like this is merge props and this is split props. This is more general versions of these tools. On settles, on mount. Again, there's a reason for this. Action is start transition. Refresh is also, it's pending latest and refresh were all on the resource primitive, but now because they have to apply to any primitive, they've been extracted. Chill and create context. Lazy is the same. There's actually not that many. There's basically a couple new concepts for you are create optimistic, create projection, create optimistic store. And a lot of people have used these before in create async store or something similar. They just don't realize it. So we actually kept most things like conceptually aligned very much the same as they've always been, which was part of the challenge. I don't know if I showed dynamic off, but I want to kind of push this. I even though we're keeping the dynamic component, I want to change dynamic to be the new default. I think I showed this last stream, so I probably don't need to go it again. But the idea with dynamic is that sorry, is that ooh, there's like a redesign going on here. See with the playground. Is that what you do? You do, instead of doing like, you do something like user equals dynamic, or actually field equals dynamic or you go input or input like this, and then you would just use field like this and pass whatever props to it, like value equals props dot value, whatever. And the reason technically Solid has this, where you can go like the as prop kind of approach. It's component, but it's the same idea where you can do like component prop rights, right? And then add the value to it. It's just, I think it's a lot cleaner. I know it's 2 lines instead of 1 line, and some places you'll still do this, but this way you can actually like get a named component out of the thing, instead of like this one has to do a bunch of juggling because it has to remove the component prop to whatever you end up sending it to. So that it's actually more performant to separate it out like this, and it's also it's a bit cleaner because it feels like if you were using React and you needed to do this, this is how you would write it, right? Like you would just say field is this or this, and then you'd render the field. So making a whole, like, I got the component idea from Svelte because they had something similar. It should have always just been this. Take that expression and wrap it in a function. You know, that's basically the difference. And why I'm obviously also excited about this is this can be an async function. So we don't actually care where the component comes from, so to speak. And I think that's going to open up a lot of really interesting design space in the future, because obviously if this can be an async component, so we can say like get whatever our component, then we can make this like an async function, you know. So get component, and you know, we could return whatever component we wanted after, you know, doing some async work. So we could, you know, props and I don't know, make it a, I don't know, hello, and we could, I don't know, like do some work in here to like, I don't know, get some data. Get data, and then maybe use that data in our component too, and so on. I think there's just a lot of upside here, right? You know, I think you know, supporting something like this could be cool, but this is just future growth. Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting one. I wanted to mirror lazy here because it actually doesn't return a reactive primitive. It returns a component. No. because this can't tell the difference between is the function an accessor or is it a component? We don't know. Um, I actually talked about this on the the next channel because I was like, do we use function arity? Do we like look at how many arguments it has to try and decide that? But the problem here is if this is an actual component, like dynamic returns a component, not an accessor. Technically it's a component whose returns an accessor, top level, like returns a memo, but like the shape of dynamic is basically like internally it's like it's more like return, it returns a component who returns like create memo, like there's more code in there than this, but like conceptually you can think of it as like this. So shape wise there is a create memo in here, but it's more like that. Yeah, I also looked at this as an example, but then you break function accessors. Yeah, literally this whole discussion that we're having happened in the next channel chat like a week ago. So and then I realized I was like, wait, we already have this. Like we already have dynamic. Like it's literally the thing. Like it's already the thing to do this. We already had something like dynamic underneath the dynamic component. So I was like, if we just push people more that direction, it's cleaner, it's more performant than using the dynamic component, and it also handles this case too. Generally, yeah, I mean, we have different conventions in solid primitives. There's like make and stuff. You could argue since this thing does make um like has the potential of making, it's a factory function if you look at it, like it has the potential, it creates memos lazily, you know what I mean, like that it is a create in a sense. But yeah, generally speaking, create is for reactive stuff. We use different prefixes. We use for things that are leveraging a previous existing reactive stuff, and then we use get or make or something for things that aren't non-reactive. Anyway, a little bit off topic. My point is that I spent a lot of time living in a world where the subset of like, so in a world where these kind of happy accidents can happen because they're not accidents. They're a design that comes from the combination of many many different primitive pieces fitting together in a way that's like useful from a data point. The tricky part is, as I said, figuring out what that minimal set is. Came across my band on Bandcamp. Oh yeah. Okay. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, this was just a bit of a tangent. You guys are interested about the looking to the other framework stuff. Angular has always been a tough one for me. I'm not gonna lie. You guys do amazing work, pioneering a lot of techniques that have been happening on the reactivity side, actually, and really pushing the TC39 proposal. The framework itself has always been difficult for me to approach. I think it's done a lot better in the last few years, to be fair. Standalone components, a lot of features. I don't have as much time looking into this stuff now as I used to. I tend to, you notice on the streams, I tend to focus on whatever is like currently the problem space that I'm working on in Solid. Like when I was working on Solid Start, I was looking at all the meta frameworks. You know, at the beginning when I was, you guys didn't see this on stream, but when I was working on Solid, I was looking at all the like core framework libraries and looking at how they did rendering and stuff. You can tell by the type of guests that come on stream. Recently, I've had an interest, obviously, in kind of extending out the capabilities of what we can do with the reactive system. This is why, I mean, it's been a while now. It's almost been it's been quite a long time since I had dev on, but we were talking about WebSockets and like sync engines and even like having Dominic on here with TSRX. I'm very interested in the impact of what structured language can do for AI. These things are very kind of parallel or like in tune with what I'm working on at the time. So yeah, I don't know when the next time I'll kind of swoop around to Angular is, or Fresh. Maybe when I get back to like Fresh, maybe when I get back to meta frameworks. But yeah. Big true big if true when they go zoneless. Yeah, I mean zoneless will be completing the picture, but zoneless Angular means that they are kind of caught up now to where Solid and I guess Vue Vapor and Svelte 5 are, you know, like that's I mean it's hard. I talked a lot with the Google guys. There's a point that I consider even working with them, like going to work at Google, and the amount of legacy and amount of baggage is a lot. I mean, this is what comes with supporting some of the biggest platforms across the world, you know. Luckily, I'm in a zone here where I get to keep on exploring the frontiers. Zoneless not equals fine grained rendering. Oh, I guess not even, right? I guess zoneless just means like removing of the full re-render model. It still could be triggered at a component level from signals. Yeah. Okay. Fair. Are you not worried about waiting controls on TSP about to Ripple the way that we're? Well, okay. Yes and no. I'm not waiting on TSRX necessarily. I'm actually, this is why I'm looking into it right now. I'm actively interested. Waiting on it could bind it to Ripple, but that only matters if Ripple gets as popular as React, which we've already established is fairly unlikely. The same way nothing is getting as popular as React. So I don't think the time pressures in that sense quite the same. I guess there's a question of when it sees Ripple, will it assume, like, will we still be battling state semantics? I think this is a fair question. See, for these reasons, it's almost, it's an interesting question is if we should be a little bit, like, if we think TSRX is the future, should we just go all in on it? There's an argument for it. Obviously, like Solid 2.0 comes first, but I'm just saying there's an interesting question because if we can produce enough volume to be that training set, that's interesting. Don't you think a template literal is sufficient for what? The problem with the template literal solutions have one huge problem, and it's not their fault. It's by design. They're expected to run at runtime without any compiler, which means that like the reason we use JSX mostly for ergonomics goes out the window because without being able to compile in the ergonomics, you're stuck wrapping all the functions yourself, right? Um, my approach to lit and tag template literals in Solid 1.0 was probably as optimal as I can make it to the JSX. I actually did kind of like just in time where I'd like look at the like parsed AST and basically almost generate the exact same compile instructions that I did for JSX and then run them in like an eval, basically like in a function. Not great for CSP and other stuff and probably terrible, but where Solid 2.0, we have like a more traditional parser running through spreads. It's going to take a perf hit. I mean, we'll look at optimizing tag template literals, but like having seen the best anyone has feasibly done with template literals, like even lit is like, I think 1.22 on the JS framework benchmarks. I got template literals into the 1.12, like almost 10% faster. It's still going to be it's still going to be behind the JSX or TSRX or any of the compiled solutions. It's never going to be the best option. So that makes it less interesting to me. I think, does JSX have its own logo? I mean, it doesn't have in VS Code, but does it have its own logo? No, maybe not. Yeah, it has the same icon and yeah. I remember that. Okay. What I want to do is kind of switch. Give me 2 seconds while I kind of switch over. This is this week in JavaScript mode. Just kind of pull up some of the more topics to talk about today. Um, 2 seconds, everyone. While I get this set up. Toolkit. I don't know if I've been on top of Solid stuff this week because I'm not gonna lie, I've been starting the benchmarking of Solid 2.0 performance tuning. Very early days. I'm actually benchmarking inside out, so I'm starting with reactivity. It's obviously faster than Solid 1.0 on reactivity, even with the transition stuff built in. But I mean, that's not like a super high goalpost these days. Like the reactivity of Solid 1.0 was never why it was fast. Yeah, literally, it's funny. The only thing that I tweeted from the Solid account was actually the Ripple announcement. Um, yeah, so let's go. I was worried about it being stealth territory, but actually, if if Dominic does what I just pointed out, I don't think it actually has as big of a territory. Like it is larger. When you have a component keyword, that means the whole block, the whole function is templating. So it's definitely bigger, but it's still contained. It's not trying to like it's not like trying to like go into your other JS files. I guess Svelte now has an extension for that, but like we're as long as Ripple is not managing your state like ruins, like actually like forcing you into those patterns, then I don't have the same concern. It's if you view it as a templating solution, it's fine. It shouldn't dictate how your JavaScript operates. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. And sorry, where am I? Talk about this week in JavaScript, which honestly for me, I haven't been pushing this one this hard this week. My only solid tweet was literally the Ripple announcement. React, Ripple, and Solid. Dominic actually implemented them in not in that order. Ripple obviously was first. Solid was actually second, and React was actually third. He actually showed me the working Solid version of Ripple before he had the React version working. But it came together pretty quick. So it's very cool. As I said, I think this is interesting. I think this is something definitely worth looking into. We talked about this already on stream, so not much to go on here. So what else do I have this week? Well, um, you look at it, the only thing I also talked about here again was TSRX, and we already covered all of this on topic. So this is going to go real short, which is kind of my intention here. This is why I also wanted Dominic to come on, because while I've done a ton of stuff in the Solid repo over the last week in terms of like refining the APIs and, you know, getting all the demos up to date and getting everything building again and doing all the changes, this has been a pretty slow week. So I only got a couple things here. Let's start with this one. I replied to someone's tweet. I didn't expect them to get ratioed so hard, I have to admit. But it's kind of related to the stream topic again. If Solid.js is compiled, why don't you fix the split prop ugliness? And my response was, it isn't. Solid.js is as compiled as React was in 2015. We transformed JSX, nothing else. For some reason, everyone treats us like some compiler, but really we're just JavaScript library. I'm being a little bit facetious here, a little bit, but I'll stand by this because we do, as it's kind of clear when we're talking about the stuff with Ripple, we do only compile the JSX, nothing else. And I think that is a very important distinction. It might not be important to everyone, but somehow we got lumped in with Svelte. And now that Svelte has adopted ruins, which are basically signals, and actually they still have the compiler aesthetic around it, but they moved a lot of stuff from compile time to runtime. We are actually more similar to Svelte than ever, but that isn't because we're compiled. It's because Svelte became more like Solid. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. But I think it's a fair question in that it leaves some ergonomic issues unaddressed. React's success was tied to GX making component authoring more ergonomic. TSRX is interesting to improve split props. Yes. What's nice is we have the potential of adopting TSRX if it was important. I've never felt that this ergonomic issue was actually that big of a deal, but if we can solve it with templating and it's worth the cost, you know, it is interesting. Sure, Vue and Svelte well. It's a choice you make. Your JavaScript, not JavaScript. There are benefits and there are trade-offs. People in the ecosystem have made plugins for Solid to do the same, but in my opinion, they didn't do enough. You have to decide to be a different language, which I think is the key. TSRX is not pretending to be JavaScript, and it's keeping its scope very specific to those component blocks. I think the combination of those two things gives it a real chance. How do you get signals work without it if it's just a JSX compiler? Again, a lot of confusion here. And we've done whole streams on this. It's just a slightly different transform, but it's just, I guess what this post basically illuminated was a lot of people like think of JSX and React is not a transform, like literally just function calls. And that is what it does after it transforms, but literally what you write needs to be transformed, otherwise it will not run in the browser. Oh, yeah, I was looking at Twitch. Sorry, you guys probably missed that whole conversation, eh? Yeah, note to self, StreamYard and Twitch at the same time causes the camera frozen. Oh, that's lovely. There was that argument, and it's funny. We could come up with a quote transformed version of the Solid JSX compiler. It just wouldn't be as efficient because it would make each element like you could do a find and replace, basically create element calls and just wrap every single prop in a function thunk or in a getter. And in a sense, that's what we expect of you when you use our Hyperscript version. But like, if you're already compiling the JSX, why wouldn't you compile something better. I guess the transform argument is like whether you could pull this off with a string find and replace versus looking at the AST. The truth is, we all use the AST anyways, so it's not like we're all doing string replaces. But could you? And the answer is technically yes, but probably not. React is used to saying JSX just JavaScript when they meant this transforms to just JavaScript. Well, actually, what they meant is that the expression blocks are just JavaScript. Like the just JavaScript part isn't the JSX itself, in my opinion. It's the fact that it's all expression based, so you can use .map. Like when you exit out of the template into the expressions, those are just JS. And in a sense, solid is the same. We might wrap those expressions in funcs, but that's our prerogative, right? Because that's at the boundary. The code you write in those expressions are just JavaScript. So yeah, I mean, I think this. I respect TSRX as a different language to do so. That's how you do it properly, if that's important to you. But it's a choice. The worst thing that would be masquerading as some half measure. Creates leaky abstractions, makes lessons less teachable. And as I said, I have had a little bit more skepticism about TSRX in the past, or like Ripple syntax. What Dominic showed me today has me very eager and hopeful for the future there. I think he's finding, or if he's like already like 95% of the way, the right boundaries where to draw the lines. As I said, sometimes when coming up with the simple primitives, that's the hardest part. And I think he's very close to be there. And what's really cool is none of this stops people from still using JSX. It's just it's very interesting. I know I keep on saying that, but I feel like it is in the spirit of JSX, where it is just the templating. This is people might be not willing to try new things. They might not be willing to expand out. They might not see a need for it. What got me, the other part that got me to actually bring Dominic on was I was in a private chat with a bunch of people, and they were like, "So what do you really think about TSRX?" And people just dismissed it right out. And I was like, it's complicated because from a human angle, right now people aren't looking for that. But I think, as I said, as me authoring a framework and looking at the constraints and the stuff I'm hitting with AI, I think it is very interesting if syntactical limitations can actually guide AI. Because I've been trying to, I haven't been doing it for AI's sake, but I've been trying to make a runtime that's infallible, like that, just like, it kind of take a page for something like Rust or whatever, where it's just like you can only write good and fast code, but you can't really. Linting can help, but it's hard to finish that picture without having some compiler syntax level piece to it. There's still ways to get around it, ways to abuse it. What else do we have here? Is there any other topics here that are worth talking about? Is in that just other sense, you could say JS is more aligned with philosophy of solid. TSR starts to smell a little selfish to me. Uh, yeah, except and there's a bunch of people who've been like, we've had this in Vue forever. I think the biggest difference is, I mean, yes, the similarities is it's a different language. But to be fair, JSX is a different language. Like TSX has a different file extension. The difference Yeah, so there is definitely a line that's been crossed here. I don't, because if TSRX doesn't manage the state, I don't think it's crossing those lines. But I think each person's going to have their own opinion there, obviously. All abstractions are not needed for AI. This whole structure will vanish. Yeah. Um, Probably hard disagree on that. And I mean, maybe I'm judging things too harsh on the where things sit right now. But when I look at how AI struggles to like think about context, right? Like how much does AI, and you could be like contexts are getting bigger, but it's more than just the size of the context. It's about how accessible at a given moment. And at the beginning of the stream, I gave an example where I was literally feeding the right information to the AI, and it was literally ignoring me. Um, and how should I put this? It's like to encode all the possible edge cases and just expect AI to just go like write the thing and account for all the, like at any given moment account for all the things that could go wrong is kind of crazy from my perspective. What the abstractions do isn't just make it easier to write, it collapses all the edge cases. Like if you create an abstraction that makes it impossible to write race conditions, like you build a language, suddenly I would say AI with that language would do better than a language that would allow this whole category of edge cases, because it would need to know that at every point it needs to ensure that those edge cases don't happen. And this is actually part of why I think TSRX is interesting, right? Even like on the runtime thing, we're encoding so much. If anything, AI is pushing us to make the structure around these guardrails more enforceable, because if we can reduce the amount it needs to know and get it to a point where it can just express pure intent, then we're doing much better. Now, it works on all levels. You use the AI to build the abstraction, right? So that like it has a better harness. You know, you can AI. I'm not saying AI doesn't build every piece of this puzzle. I'm just saying it shouldn't be one-shotting everything every time. It's wasted work. You don't. Do you want to be the maintainer of the abstraction that AI builds for your thing? You're like basically AI builds you the framework, and now you're paying the maintenance cost of it, right? Like even if AI built you your custom framework that specifically covers all the edge cases exactly for your case and was able to one-shot it, you're now taking on the cost of maintaining it. I mean, that might work for certain things. I think to a certain degree, we're going to see this collapsation of abstraction, especially things were highly opinionated of nature. But when we're talking about primitives, when we're talking about language level, no, if anything, I think this is going to fuel research into new languages, because what AI is good at is languages. It's just a language process. So you start thinking about these things in terms of languages, which is very much an abstraction thing. I don't, yeah, for people who are like, it's just going to use vanilla JS for everything. I think that's ridiculous. It's all going to leave GitHub. It's so funny. While this whole thing was going on, and I don't know the outages, I didn't see. I had one of the most busiest weeks in terms of commits and doing stuff. Like, what have we been doing on Solid this week? I mean, it's been a while since I've been doing like 5 commits, 6 commits a day of like substantial features. Like each one of these separately releasable, arguably. Like, I didn't even notice the GitHub was having trouble during this time period. I think there's one day that I was looking at PRs because I merged, talking about merging. Like I was on GitHub like the whole time. Like Can I show you something cool? Not on this computer. It's on my other computer, obviously. This is the problem here. Let me see if this... Oh, come on. Don't... All right. Okay. At one point, the issue counts were off, but if you guys remember a few weeks ago, Solid had more than 36 open issues. I've been sitting here reviewing, closing through... Yeah, which ones are a good one? This is an internal API, though. Interesting. That's her. Yeah, it's funny. I've never not used window on this, but that's an interesting point. Anyways, what I was getting at is like, I think I've closed something like 40 issues on the Solid repo in the last like weeks. Part of it is that Solid 2.0 solves everything, sort of. But yeah, I don't know. I missed the whole thing. So I think on one day in DOM expressions, a couple of my pull requests disappeared. Like I couldn't find them. There was like 6 instead of 10 at one point, and then when I came back later, they showed up. But fortunately for me, they were just draft pull requests, and I didn't see them. So timing wise, I don't know. There's some more. I did see that there's some more dangerous stuff that's been going on. Like people were actually like they undid merges and did stuff like that. I guess my workflow doesn't have me. Yeah, I guess I just missed the time when the issue happened. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I'm usually fairly slow on this sort of thing. You know, like whenever we move to Blue Sky. So you guys are talking about context growth. Like growth and how much? The next GitHub will be built on Solid 2.0. We're using merge queues. No. Yeah, so I mean, to be fair, I probably just missed it. It was just funny. I spent a whole bunch of time on GitHub this week and somehow like missed the whole thing happen under me. Yeah. All right. What else do we got here? What's this? What's an abort controller? I posted this right before the stream, so let's see what we got here. Signal, like abort signal. It's that thing in a plane that just screams pull up when you're too low to the ground, right? Divorce lawyer for async work, referring to binding. It's a pull up. Doesn't require a polyfill. Use this error where I had to cancel API requests in flight. Basically, canceling requests that are no longer needed or is more than a user support. And also, maybe this for years underused, finally hit it by hype. It controls something like this. That could be an abort controller. One of the to save you from exploding using memory in some projects. Something that people just give up trying to use until they've tried Effect.ts. Then they still don't know because Effect does it for you, but they're properly doing async work. It controls abort. Don't trigger the other Ryan. I write fix code. I don't know. It creates. I wasn't pointing at Effect, but this was sort of where I was going with this. It's funny that people mention Effect. My joke was similar because of Solid 2 async model, it never would occur to me to even use a abort controller. Pretty much everything's self-canceling. It's just a function of the graph. So like you just wire the stuff up and you don't have to worry about things like this. So for me, when I was reading some tweets around the X sphere about people being excited about abort controller, recently, I was like, it felt kind of like getting excited about server waterfalls. Obviously, abort controller is actually a good API, and server waterfalls are a terrible thing to sell. But it was just kind of like, I was like, wait, it's just being kind of a jerk. What's an abort controller? I did not know that Effect.ts had the same kind of cancellation built in. To be fair, abort controller is the only way to like actually cancel like an in-flight fetch. It's just that like in a lot of cases, like a huge amount of cases, it is completely not necessary because like it's already too late on the server side, and I guess you're saving yourself from receiving the payload on the client side, basically, which could take some parsing, definitely. And if you fired off a billion requests, like really quickly, like this, you would basically, it's like setting a bunch of timers. I was doing some benchmarking with Solid, and I found out all the other frameworks do that. Like everyone who has queue microtask style flushing, have a special run sync mode for benchmarks so that they don't queue up a bunch of microtasks that like will never do any real work. Just a side note, but yeah. So in theory, if you really jam something enough and have enough in-flight things, you could also want to cancel to free up memory. Like if you're like rapid fire. But like when I say a lot, I mean like thousands, not like not like the cluster of 6 you do here when you switch to this section of the page. AI will kill all frameworks because it's better in the basics. Frameworks are made for humans. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like you just like didn't listen to what I said. Being better at the basics doesn't help you when you have like a billion edge cases. Effect is built on kind of a fiber runtime mode, kind of like React, but better. So it's like a concurrent, yeah. But yeah, with that all in mind, let the age of abort controller begin. Um, I I heard that Remix 3 went. These guys are so good at marketing. This website looks awesome. Like obviously this is like playing around with like what is this like 3D models and stuff, which has nothing specific to do with Remix, but I mean I love this. Like I'm just like gonna go up and down on this page just for fun. Right, there's something actually here. Closing the gap between initial spark and shipping. Okay, built for humans and models. Remix scripts and skills to help your AI agent learn. Yeah, high performance components in plain beautiful JavaScript. Blah blah blah. So component return render function. So like this is the VDOM part, and then this is the run once part. So it's kind of like Vue, essentially, without reactivity. Call handle.update. Store overnight business in a weekend. The app you always wanted to ship. Right. I mean, that's how you sell a framework. You don't talk about anything it actually does. You just make really cool visuals and explain how it builds itself. But this page is just I can't get over how cool this page is. I know there's like a JavaScript framework. Look, when I move my mouse, it like follows it. I know that we should be talking about a JavaScript framework here, but I can't even focus on it. Okay, sorry. I mean, it has to have some sort of scheduler. Otherwise, if you call .handle in a billion places, which your AI is generally going to do, you would do too much work. I'm sure there's some kind of coordination. Because, like, I saw some post where someone's like, oh, blah, blah, dot update, it's terrible. And it's like, it kind of is, but he's like, Brian's like, I've never seen AI miscalling dot update. And I'm like, I believe that. If you call dot update everywhere, then it's kind of like no different than React. So this is one of those like API tensions, right? Where if you make something implicit explicit, but you don't give the like you're not set up to benefit from the explicitness necessarily, you're gonna end up just doing the same thing the implicit thing did anyways. Maybe even worse because it's not something you can control. Okay, docs. Model first development, build on the web, religiously runtime. I like religiously runtime as a philosophy. And these actually all sound like good things. Model first development. Web APIs are good. Religiously runtime. Avoiding dependencies. Okay. Most JavaScript frameworks don't have third-party dependencies really. Demand on composition. Oh, okay, let's see what this is. All packages must be designed with no expectation of static analysis, and all tests must run without bundling, because browsers are involved. Import loaders for simple transfers like TypeScript or JSX are permissible. Like, I believe, like, so when I think religiously runtime, I mean, rely on, like we were talking about a minute ago, like, I'm thinking mechanically, like, and even Dominic for a bit, like when we were talking with TSRX and the way they changed the design, Ripple sounds like it's more mechanical than compiler foo than than I previously thought. Oh, the reason I laughed about this is it's people who treat like if you create like a bucket where you're like the better than you, like this is you hit this a bit with the no build type, and then you're like, we're no build. I mean, and they're not saying they're no build. They call it religiously runtime, which is more reserved. But if you're like, we're no build except for TypeScript and TSX, I mean, I'm calling bullshit on that, right? I'm glad they didn't use the term no build, because but like this is the thing that this is the line is kind of silly, right? Like JSX is a compiler. TypeScript is a compiler. To treat it as anything else, and they also are static analysis. To treat it anything else is lying to yourself and lying to everyone else. Because no one wants actual no build. So at least they have the courtesy of calling it not no build. But yeah, this is like verging on like. Have you ever felt when they used to say that they compiled away the framework? And I was like, no, you did not compile away the framework. That's BS. This is about the same level of that. Like the demand composition abstraction should be a single purpose and replaceable. Like it. Composable abstraction is easy to add and remove from your system. Like it. Every package must be useful and documented independent of other contexts. Like it. New features should be attempted as a new package. If possible, attempt to break up existing packages and make them more composable. Love it. However, tightly couple modules that must all change should move to the same practice. Okay, sounds good. distribute cohesively, extremely composable, easily layers. Remix will be distributed as a single remix. What? I'm so okay, so I gotta reread these two together because they seem like they're at odds with each other, but they're not. I got it. So they're saying that the pieces should be small, but they should all be shipped together. Okay, that's a philosophy. These guys, so like when I read this, this piece is actually like this is what I think of when I think of Angular, actually. Like over time, because the reason I was worried that these things were at odds with each other is because having the individual pieces and like the way they're describing this makes a ton of sense. But if you want to distribute it cohesively, you're actually imposing opinions because you're saying like this is the one way to do it and you're packaging it, which means that you hit this intersection point of having lots of little things and having to ship all of them. Angular is very loved in the enterprise though, so maybe this is how you approach enterprise. Maybe this is what enterprise is looking for, like this combination. Because if you're the challenge here is if you don't demand composition, you end up with these like really large abstractions that are like too specific, and then eventually you just like it turns almost into modes where you're like this mode versus this mode, which is not where you want to be. You want to demand composition. But if you also a lot of people don't put these two together because they don't want to ship too much stuff. They don't want it to be like too much in people's heads, right? Like it makes it feel big and complicated. Although I'm looking at the side here and I think I'm getting it. Interesting. Yeah, look how many packages there are here. Interesting. Yeah. The JSX was the asterisk. TypeScript and JSX are permissible here. Yeah, they drew the line. Sorry, Dominic, TSRX, not acceptable. Bun and Dino can run it without compile step. Or does Bun and Dino do the compile step at runtime? Just throwing that out there. It's not actually not. It's just that they built specific tools into themselves by choice, but it doesn't make it any less of a compiler. Just throwing that out there. Just because something gets adopted as like the blessed compiler doesn't make it not compilation. I kind of like the fact that like this is interesting. See, part of me wonders if they just had built a server framework, kind of like a true server framework, like trying to replace Express rather than like there's so much stuff here. It's like that is just needed in general when building out a server framework. Route handling path, like the context middleware, auth. My guess, I mean, these concerns are separate, right? So this auth package doesn't really care about how the renderer works. Auth middleware, auth CLI, compression, cookie. these are all things form data. Yeah, I mean, what's data table? Is this like a database table? Table after delete, single table return. One thing that I'm not clear about this, because you open it up and you immediately get into types, but there's no like overarching description of what the category is. Like each of these packages needs like a top level description so I can actually see what they are. Data table MySQL, yeah, okay. So this is database, fetch proxy, fetch router, it's file system, file storage, S3, form data middleware, file system headers, HTML template. Yeah, I mean, this looks like a proper backend server. Like these are, I love how modular this is. This is actually really awesome. I understand what they're saying better now that I'm actually looking at what type of libraries they're talking about. Remix UI. Only hard thing about this page is every time you click on something, yeah, there's no client-side routing on this thing. Hey, at least it kept where I was now. Oh no, lost it again. It's very hard to look through this doc site. Like it keeps on freaking jumping on me. You think it'd keep scroll position? Nope. Somehow, I don't know. This is but I think we're getting enough of this. Then button breadcrumbs. So they have like a component library, but not button combo. Let's look at remix button. So they have some built-in components, combo box, I guess common ones, and they'll probably expand it over time. Accordion, anchor, yeah. Glyph, like icons, JSX runtime, this box menu, popover, select server. What's this? Render to stream, yeah. Theme, okay. Probably for us, the most interesting part is the actual UI thing. Yeah, sorry. It's funny. It preserves our selection state, and it preserves our collapsation state here, right? Like, this is and I can update it when I like without going to the server. But whenever you click on a page, the whole page refreshes, and I use to scroll. Maybe just a bug, but I'm kind of interested in what the actual API is of. We have context, we have props, create element, create mixin, range root, scheduler, fragment. I mean, props to them on being minimalist. Let me see here. What is there event system? There's an event system, right? I was looking for. Maybe it's actually built into the UI library directly. It's interesting navigating this as a human. Okay, yeah, so the event system is built in here. An event listener, dispatch event. Okay, okay. It's interesting. That Solid.js develops part is going to be so compact. Yeah, I know. Can we regain the like just a library mantle again? Like not a framework, just a library? Doesn't he scroll bar because it'll be so short? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, all of these pieces are necessary. Don't get me wrong. Like when you step out, these are actually all valuable. I don't Solid, as I said, is really just arguably this piece, Remix UI. Like this slice is basically all Solid is in this whole thing. So from that perspective, it's Solid UI and JSX runtime, these two. From that perspective, um, this is Remix is very compact because like what do they got here? Like they only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 functions. And I feel like we're more at like on the canonicals are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 functions plus the control flow ones. So yeah, we're more at like 20, yeah, but they have their server stuff elsewhere. So yeah, we're at like 20. So there's definitely more concepts comparatively. But I mean, this gives you a pretty good general idea of what's going on here with Remix. This is like 90% of the packages were server-based packages, all things that pretty much every framework needs. And but they're making them like I really like it under that lens. This makes everything makes a lot more sense here because the UI package is like literally like one little drop in the whole thing. They're trying to build up their whole framework ecosystem in a very findable, discoverable way, and it's because other than the UI stuff, which can extend much beyond this, um, most of these things are probably fairly set. This makes a lot of sense to me. Good for them. That being said, I only probably care about the UI portion, and I can't really absorb what the UI portion is in looking at this. So I'm gonna reserve anything else about Remix 3, I think, at this point, because it's we're gonna have to see some demos, gonna have to get a feel for um the end result, because I'm sure the reality from most people is somewhere between whatever this site's doing with the sidebar and this site. Oh man, why is this so cool? Anyway, there's some code on the main page. All right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this snippet. The problem is the snippet doesn't say anything interesting to me. I like I don't see this and go, yeah, like yes, this is what I've always wanted. I mean, they're really trying to highlight that there's no like use state. So whenever you render, based on what the state is, you choose what message, and then you put it in this label here. Could have even been inlined. And then when you click, wait, clipboard write text, if there's a return. You have it like an action. I'd call this an action because it's a sequential set of things. So you write to clipboard if signal word return, catch error, state copied, handle update. So this is when it renders. This is when it renders. Signal word return, state idle, handle update. Yeah, I know. Hmm. Sorry, the reason I'm just like staring at this is because when I'm looking at this problem, like what it's solving, I'm just like structurally, how much of this is Chrome? Like, is it boilerplatey? Like the fact that, I mean, there's three states: at rest, success, error, right? So at rest in itself doesn't matter. That's a non-state. What does error do? Yeah, I'm gonna have to step back and think about this a bit more because it like does a bunch of stuff, but it's also like the only the only line that's relevant in this whole thing is this one. Because basically what you want to do is you want to do this action, and then on success of this action, how would I write this? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spend too much time here, but how would I write this? Just in my head, how would I write this? So we have an action that awaits the thing, and then it sets so then you have some kind of state here. So let's call it a status, some optimistic state. So I'm going to say optimistic, and it's going to default to idle. It's not even that. I don't even care. It's kind of like set status. I'm just trying to think of like what it's actually doing, and then you're like await, you know, new, basically delay 2 seconds. Oh, and what does it do at the end? It just clears it, right? Yeah, so it's kind of like this. Then it goes back to idle. And then error is something else. Yeah, I think something like that, right? That's how I model this. Right? Just off the top of my head, I would go I would have an action that said await whatever this is. So we'd go something like const copy action equals action async. It's a generator function star. So it's kind of like and it's try just want to catch I just want to understand like okay, so we have error, set error. And then after we're done, so what happens here? Just out of curiosity, return. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Set error, return, and then set status copied, and then yield delay. I guess we need to implement delay. It kind of sucks how there's no promise API for set timeout. Because I mean, the problem here is you actually have to do like, what did they do here? Maybe this can help us. They did set timeout for 2 seconds, yeah. Which is unfortunate for us because we'd have to actually go like yield new promise. Res set timeout. It's so annoying that there's no like async version of set timeout. Res 2 seconds. So yeah, I mean, oh yeah, it's not. Actually, might as well just pass this in. Just trying to like think of like there's a lot of concepts here, right? We had to introduce optimistic state, and we have a separate signal to handle errors. Do they have error clearing logic in here? No. The error clearing logic will. Well, it happens here presumably. So I guess it's technically here, set error null. So, yeah. Concept, concept, concept. So yeah, three concepts you have to be aware of. You have to be aware of stateful signals. You have to be aware of optimistic updates. You have to be aware of actions. I'm going to tie in actions being generated functions as part of the same thing. And then you have to call the setters instead of write them directly. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of like I'm not gonna say like this is a very imperative API, so it's a good showcase off of that. I'm probably missing something else in this example because they have on click button secondary style. Secondary style. What does that have to do with mix? I feel like I'm missing something. No. Okay. It is definitely cool that all these come from Remix itself, so you get it all built in, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of people, when they see signals or state or whatever, they revolt, and you can see this, and you're like, look, I just have simple state. But then it's like, honestly, for this example, considering that this is only the amount of bloat that comes from this is actually not bad, right? Like this, all things being said, I mean, like, considering this is the trade-off for having less built-in like state primitives, this is actually not that much. This is actually pretty reasonable, right? Like 5 days. So this is like 8 lines of code, and this is like, I don't know. Let's ignore that wrapper. Let's go to here. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Like doubling the amount of code just to save the whole abstraction of needing state is actually not a bad trade-off. But I do wonder if this is like too simple. But maybe for a lot of people, the stuff is this simple. It's just like, it's funny. It's less about the concepts here, because here there's less concepts. Like, okay, on click is the same concept. So then when you come in here, okay, concept, abort signal, do that. That's the only real additional concept in this whole thing. Handle update, sorry, 2. So instead of having, what did we have, 3 or 4 concepts? This has 2 concepts. But you spend a lot of your time. There's something about that. You feel like you spend a lot of your time in like in the Chrome. I don't know how else to explain it. Like part of it's like the set timeout needs to reset the state and then handle the report controller and then call the update function. We made this whole function disappear. Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? It's the three lines here. Actually, 4 lines, because this will compress onto the same lines. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's basically the difference. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Anyway. This makes the button itself to add the new styles. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, where is button coming from? Yeah, sorry. Like want to do like a search for button here. Button. Yeah, this is just an incomplete. Oh no, there it is. Button. Oh. Oh. It's not styles, it's behaviors. Think about it. This makes so much sense. Sorry. It's because these are like click is one type of event behavior, but there's elements have different things. So you're using a native button and you're mixing in the functionality. That's cool. So we didn't talk about this. That is cool. This is one of the like biggest grievances with component wrappers is that like button I care about less, but like anchor, it's really awkward that you have an anchor tag, right? And routers ship capital A anchor, but your other design systems aren't going to be aware of it, and it imposes too much. Being able to keep this as button as a pattern is very, very, very nice. Yeah. Yeah. Fortunately, for routers, they don't need. I don't know if they need as many mixins. So like, I think we'll get away in the future of shipping just to lowercase a for solid router. Um, and kind of come in through a different way to get like the URLs. But this is cool. This is interesting. As I said, I'm just picking at scrap here from what I can see. Thanks for calling that out. The fact that it's not, they say it's secondary style, but it doesn't necessarily even have to only be styles, because this is actually the buttons functionality potentially even in here, because it's like generic mix. Yeah, I get it. The race condition protection there, Bortsing, will only really work as long as only one event modifies any one state. Yeah, I mean, I told Ryan to go make his Trello demo, which isn't that bad. I'm really interested in how this scales up from this, because yeah, yeah, that's interesting. I feel like we can do all this with plain DOM APIs. So click it's only magic there. Yeah, I mean that's by design. That's what Remix is selling you. They're saying that you can use all plain built-in APIs. You mix it in. You call update handle. You use whatever APIs are available to you. You don't need state. You just use variables. You use the fact that the renderer pulls like re-renders like React, so this function just gets called over and over and over and over again. And like, 'cause you don't use state is the part that, like, it's two pieces, right? It's the it's so that whenever you do this, you don't have to call this. It both stores the state and calls the update function. So they just separated it, and by separating it, you don't need to make this special, which works perfectly fine in a model like this where you're going to re-render everything anyways. So like, in a sense, this doesn't solve any of my issues with React. But I mean, that's not true. By separating the creation from the rerun here, the view trick, this will actually, this is a good like 60% case, right? So I don't know. I I think people will have to write with this, but they're not going to write with it. They're going to get AI to generate it, and AI will probably do decently well with this in a different way than with TSRX, because what AI will generate, I feel like this opens AI to generate just like a huge amount of slop, but it'll work. It won't be optimal, but it will work, and I think that's what they're going for here. Without the guidelines, AI can just do whatever it wants, make a mess, but it'll probably work. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is attacking it from the opposite side. There's framework authors who are trying to improve the language, and this is like saying like, let's just, you know, throw that to the wind and just let it go. So the guy on stream earlier who was like, we don't need frameworks. We can just, you know, I think Remix 3 will be a good experimental standpoint, because it's kind of like in the middle where the framework aspect isn't doing too much, and then you can just see how far the vanilla logic here is going to take you, because it's more than just reducing the number of things you have to write. It's this actually sets a stricter contract, because there's like less things you can miss. Do you know what I mean? Like, and by that I mean like handle update, handle update, handle update. Um, Cleaning up after yourself. Um, I'm sure like on a simple thing like this, AI will get it every time though. So I'm like not too particularly worried on like the micro side. It's like when the system stops being what you can put in front of your face, when we're talking about something that spans multiple components, then it becomes more interesting. But I think no one can say anything conclusively until they see how it plays out. So I guess that's all we got for now. So I guess we're gonna have to find out what an abort controller is. All right. I think that's it for me for today. So thank you for joining me. Again, remember to like and comment. This will be my last stream for quite some time. Have a baby boy coming soon, end of May, beginning of June. So very, very excited about that. And running up to that in the next few weeks, I won't be available at my normal time to stream. I could maybe see if I could find a different time one of the weeks, but truthfully, I'm probably going to be away from stream for the next 2 months probably. So, yeah. Just reading the comments here. I could do that with a web component in about 15, 20 lines in Vanilla.js. And a lot of that code might be actually the same as the remix code. Yeah, thanks. Do some TikToks, yeah, or shorter videos again, like I did before. Yeah, we'll see. I'm solid 2.2. No. I need to give the ecosystem time to actually build out the primitives and update Cobalt and stuff. I'm getting very close and finish the docs. I told you I'm actually in a pretty good place. You know, where 2.0 is, we're getting good on bug fixes, but I can't call it RC until we get the next pieces going, and that's more than just what I'm doing. I made sure that I was not the blocker. The work's already in the way. Solid Prim is getting converted to 2.0 is already happening. The docs stop. You saw that PR I pulled on. The docs are coming along. It just I think the timing will work out quite nicely. So we'll have a nice, cleanly packaged up RC package in the summer, which probably leads us to like hopefully maybe like a September 2.0 official release, roughly, if you're looking for a timeline. So heard it here first. All right. I guess have a good one. Till I see you all again.